Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'm a drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done and I'll drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Say, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me some more. I could dance with you beneath the stars, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying off the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invisible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're invisible. Over the coming days, let's cut to the chase. We're gonna beat this maze, let's go deeper. I wanna reach it all, taking a leap or fall. I'll get to you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying off the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invisible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're invisible. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying off the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invisible. I've been flying off the ceiling, and maybe we're invisible. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire.
Do what it takes to make you believe. With my heart like the drum, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto. It's Sundat. Coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK, we have a youth intake. It could be a very strange one because Emmett's not really sure what type of players we're going to be getting through. It says 5-star, but there's only 1A. What do you expect from that? We've also got European action probably coming up later today. We find out if Ferencvaros have made it through all the way. Can we get back to the top of the league? All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest. I'm going to keep dancing, but once I'm done with the dancing, someone's getting a ban.
Backlift.
Oh, dear. Let's see. Where's my button? Where's my button? I've lost my button. Oh, there it is. Bam. Boom. I don't get to do that very often. Castro as well. Thank you very much for the 14 months. You bloody love to see it. How's it going? Oh, we don't get spam bots very often. I've got to be honest. It's a rarity in these days. By the way, there's an anti-taught on my jumper. I just thought I'm going absolute drip today.
Nearly Twitch, baby.
Yes. Also, Leaf, what did you mean in Discord yesterday when you saw a Twitch baby IRL? I've got to know. Self-out Herring, thank you for the 8 months, my friend. That's super kind of you. Hope you're having a lovely time. It's a good day. I was just feeling good at just whacking people. Like, I was the only mod around, I think. So I got to do it myself for once. It's nice. I know, literally, it was like, as soon as I started the intro, I saw this giant wall of text, and it said, like, possible ban evader. Wonder why. So that means we might have banned someone with the same IP address before, potentially. Saw a baby. Well, I've got to be honest with you, Leaf. I'm slightly let down. I was expecting something more than that. The spam bots, well, I assume most of you won't remember this, but I'm sure a few of you will. The wonderful conversation on one of my video comments between 4 or 5 different Bitcoin spam bots. It was an absolute sight to behold. It was really, really great. Thursday stream, it went pretty well. Actually, I'll tell you what, it went very well. I think we won every game in Europe on Thursday's stream and actually got 4th in our group, including winning away at Dnipro. We smacked Charleroi for 7. Yeah, I'll show you properly in a sec. And there was one other game in there as well, which I've forgotten, but we won that as well. We absolutely smashed it. Yeah, they're getting there. It's the AI. I blame ChatGPT, personally. I still haven't been able to do that. Like, I still haven't been able to get onto ChatGPT and actually use it. Well, but it was that. Oh, it was just a random episode of Nomads. How did Red Zone do? Appallingly. But it's all data at the end of the day, isn't it? Like, so a lot of you are probably aware of this anyway, because you probably follow YouTubers on Twitter and whatnot. You get like this grid of like your last 10 videos, and it will like, after a certain amount of data has been collected, it will slot yours in there and show how it's performed over the same amount of hours as the previous 9 videos, and it slots it into like a chart. This one came in at 8. It's now 9. To give you an idea, the only thing that's below it is a video that I had put out at a terrible time, basically. So I think it sort of indicates what I was expecting about the... It ended up in the bottom 2, if that counts. Most leagues, that would be the relegation zones, honestly. So in a way, it's kind of reverted to type. Maybe I should have done one when we win the league. Dineska Strada, that was the other one, yes, because we were 1-0 down going into like the last 10 minutes and we scored twice, didn't we? Which was great. Oh my life. Castro with the 1,000 bloody bits. What on earth? Thank you so much. That surely is a hype train, isn't it? Really? How is that not a hype train? Usually it's 3 things, isn't it? Oh. Well, thank you so much nevertheless. That's so kind of you. I don't know why that didn't trigger a hype train. Normally it does. It's actually, the thing is at the top of my screen. Well, the thing is with it, right? Don't get me wrong. It still performed better than, like, oh, there it is. There it is. You'll love to see it. Hungry. Oh no, Heal Project Pete with a tier 1. Thank you so much, man. That's very, very kind of you for joining. We still don't have a name for this. We used to call Cardinals, didn't we? That just seemed weird. No one's said that in like a year, but thank you so much, Pete. That's so kind of you, man. And now we're on a hype train. 10 uploads left to save this video from relegation, literally. But it will be saved from relegation in a way. And do you know why, chat? Do you know why it's going to get a bump at some point very soon from 9th to 8th? I'll tell you, because the second part's going to come out. The B team is ready to get relegated from the top flight of my video selection. Christmas cards. We could be the Christmas. Look, chat. Look, it's the saddest Christmas tree that has ever existed. Look at that. You're probably thinking, that's not a Christmas tree. No, it is. It's missing a leg. The lights don't work on it, and half the actual arms are like bent. But that, my friends, there is a Christmas tree. Pog found it, was like, oh yeah, we should put that in. I was like, I don't know if I agree with that one, to be honest. It doesn't look great, does it? It's like the sad Christmas tree that's like some very, very small provincial council put up. It literally is like... It's like flat on one side. So basically, ever since I've been streaming, Pog and I have had this same Christmas tree. You remember the first year when we did Christmas, we had like Christmas decorations up in here. It's the same tree. It's just slowly been... Oh my god, it can't even stand up. Mate, do I have to get someone to help you? Brother, there we go. It's back. It looks bigger further away. It's all about perspective, isn't it? Honestly, I don't think I deserved Christmas after that. Although, like I said, my mother gave me this wonderful jumper. It's a Christmas jumper with an anti-tour on it. I'm winning. In this scenario, I'm still coming out on top. Doing quizzes here. Yes, we are. Next Thursday. Or like this coming Thursday. Because it's the way things are shaping up, it's looking like it's going to be a transfer window stream followed by a Christmas quiz. So it could be quite a lengthy boy. And I'm totally on board with that. So myself, Pog, obviously, I don't know if Inferno's helping or not, and Dan and Silveretta are going to sort of come up with some stuff to, yeah, have a banging good Christmas quiz. It's going to be really fun. Yeah, but the Red Zone thing, it was like, I really, really enjoyed making that video. Like, recording it was absolutely hilarious fun. Editing it was super fun too, because I had a whole day to do it, so I could really like go deep into doing all sorts of edits that I wanted, like making my own custom Sky Sports YouTube page, things like that I could just never have time to do in other videos. But it's just not what YouTube really wants. Don't get me wrong, it still did better than like most videos I would have put out last year, which is a sign of good growth because there's new people to the channel, but I still don't think it's exactly what YouTube wants at the moment. That doesn't mean I won't keep doing it though. No, we won't be doing Kahoot. We're using QuizKit. If you look on the side of Street, you'll actually still see the QuizKit extension from last year. Wasn't YouTube sure? Well, What YouTube, I think what I've decided is the type of content that actually I need to be looking into, because one of my most successful videos lately was the reverse coefficient one, and I like causing chaos. And I feel like a lot of people, when it comes to that, tend to make things better. They tend to like juice teams and do stuff. I want to try to become the evil one. I want to become the FM version of that guy that takes the swimming pool ladder out of the pool in Sims and traps them in there, or removes the door and then puts a lot of chairs in front of an open fire. I want to be that person, but for FM. That's my play anyway. Chaotic. Yeah, so I've got a couple of ideas. What I told you guys about the zero youth rating one, which would be kind of fascinating to see how that affects the world. But also I had another one where I basically give every single team, I give one team, every single player, high injury proneness, the massive, like, possible, and then do a season where I'd basically put massive training and see how many injuries I can accrue in a single season. Which I just think is a bit mean, but that's basically the point. Yeah, Man City team money. Exactly, I don't want to be doing that. Make death coasters on Planet Coaster. Yes, I feel like there's room in the market for someone that's just a bit evil. All clubs to always amateur. Hello. So, in a fun turn of events, it turns out my giant ring light has just died. Right. The light literally has died. That's... Oh, it's actually a bit hot as well. Right, okay. To give you an idea of just how much work that light was getting through, if that should tell you anything, it's the fastest talking guy from YouTube. No, it's a speech impediment. Right, okay, I've got a plan, don't worry. That light is fucked, by the way. That is... I actually heard a noise as well when it died, which is a bit concerning. And I don't know which one of these plugs is the light. 1 second. I've got an idea. Where is it? Is it that one? The thing is, I don't want to unplug something down here in case... What the fuck is it? Okay, in the meantime, I have an idea. This will fix it. There we go. It's not perfect, but it'll do. I've just turned the exposure right, not the ISO off on the camera, so it's going to let more light in. But yeah, so that's gone well, hasn't it? Oh my lord, look at the state of this. So I guess an Elgato key light's probably going to be in my future, suspectively, very soon. Works surprisingly well. To be fair, I actually have my I have the ISO on my camera set to 400 when I'm live, so it's really, really low, because you'll notice how grainy it is. Look how, like, sort of grainy and horrible it is in the background. That's because of it's doing so much of it, and it's letting a lot of light in. But when I have such a powerful light on me, I barely need any light on the camera. But the backdrop's super bright now, so that's fun. Yeah. The light basically, I heard a noise, and then the whole light sort of slowly but surely... You're right, it does make the saddest looking tree slightly better looking. Well... That's, in its defense, I've had this light for a very long time, and I actually don't need a ring light anymore, because the way I used to have it is this camera would be sat in the middle of the ring light. It had a little stand in the middle, whereas now, like a makeup tutorialer. And now I don't need that anymore because I use the camera sat in front of me. New bulb, the problem is it's not, because it's a giant, like, it's a ring light, so I'll just get an Elgato key light or something. That way I can actually have it in the same ecosystem as all the other stuff. Oh, that was, fun. Yeah, I'm just going to be slightly washed out today, apparently. I could still turn it up slightly more, but I feel like that would just completely frazzle things. Fuse just went, maybe. I'll have to look after... It's a very difficult place to get to because it's all behind these screens and there's no like way to get to them. Well, not easily anyway. Yeah, so the club amateur idea. That's a fascinating one, actually. Matt's Makeup Palace. Hey, you've seen my second channel. Jarju, he's not, is he? He is. Along with me, Bobby. It's me, Bobby, and Jarge. To be fair. Oh, by the way, Panache turned down that loan move to our affiliate side. He wouldn't even... I thought you could move them with no, like, impact, but no, apparently not. Third dinner? Mikey, thank you for the 32 months.
I'm starting to want third dinner FML.
It's 10 in the morning. What happened to first and second dinner? Sounded like a pop. Yeah, it sounded like, it's hard to explain. Like a wave crashing, like a then fading off. And I thought I smelt something a bit, but then that could just be anything. This room has terrible grounding. I should know from when Mr. Swizzles, caught fire, if you told me. If you told me? As I told you. Ah, dear. Right, okay, let's get into a game. Picture in group chat. Oh, good lord. What am I about to see here? I also see no problem with third dinner. This is the picture that he's just sent me. It's a very beige dinner there. Oh no, I see some... Is that like Jack Daniel's sauce or something? Nurkit, thank you very much for the 16 months. I hope you're well today. Please excuse the terrible lighting. My light blew up. So that's fun. Ah, dear. Guinness barbecue smokers. Oh, I wasn't far off apart from every single area of it. Did I actually set the team up? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. Except for who's getting a number? Oh, so yeah, also, we managed to hold on to... What's his name? Pereira. Because you know that we had some big bids from clubs at the start of the window. No one came back in, except on the final day of the window when I was getting through to this game, because it was like a week in between. Juventus came in with one of those stupid, like, loan with an option offers of 600 grand, and I just went, no, and that was the end of it. Yeah, it could be. To be fair, I've been looking towards moving away from this light anyway, because everything else in this stream I can control with the stream, but obviously this is just like a newer one. Like, they're really good, but... You know, I've had it a while. I got it at the same sort of time as the camera, so I've had it since 2018. It was part of my new YouTube setup, basically. When I came back, I bought a few little things to sort of upgrade, if you like. I feel so confident. What, because they've got like an enforcer? Oh, shit. Chat, hang on, we're playing Onved. 1 second. I did not even notice that. Right, let's get rid of these. You know the drill. I'm telling you, this is the one we get them on. It's a storage heater. Really? Wow. Yeah, but there you go. I'll be able to, at least... Ooh, when am I going to get one from? I'm going to have to just... At least I can write it off on tax. So I suppose there's that. And I've probably got a nice clip for the recap video. If I can find it. I'll know it's the very start of the stream. Much like Mr. Swizzles, it was like, I've had enough of this. So, oh, by the way, Molfehavar picked up Xavi Simons and one of the goalkeepers that we trialed. So they took 2 of the guys we trialed in, which is really sick. It's weird he looks like some late night stream for some reason. Because I'm still kind of really, like, there's nothing on my face. I don't really know what I can do about that other than, my God. See if I can find my old light. I've got a lamp, if that helps. Yeah, it's fine. We're here. It'd been carrying me for a long time, to be fair. He's been doing all the heavy lifting on stream. Oh. But yeah, I wonder if having a really strong player would actually make a difference. But I think we've got some fairly strong players. Oh my God, what is my throat doing this morning? Hey, look, that's the most boring game ever. Well, actually, no, not technically true. The most boring game ever was that one in Red Zone. But that was pretty bad as well. It was better, Dark. How dare you? How dare you? I'm a professional, don't you know? Or something. Oh my God, my throat. What? Appear to lack belief. What? It was 0-0, wasn't it? There we go. Right, that's more like it. Even my throat's gone. First the light, now my throat. Whatever next. Right, can you two, like, cheer the hell up? There we go. I'm excellent European football analyst. How are you, my friend? Oh, dear. Ring lights for £30. That's not too bad. I think this one was like 60 quid. Doing more simulations. Oh, I might make some more simulations, yeah. I mean, like, someone asked in the Discord the other day on that one, like, can we have some without attribute masking on? And I was like, fair, but also they are welcome to contribute those themselves too. Like, it's the whole point of the community project is that it doesn't take much to do that, you know? So, like, you know, just do an overnight sim. You know, you can add some cool stuff to it. But yes, I'm going to do some more of them. We aren't losing to them, but we're probably not going to win either. It does suddenly feel more Christmassy in here, is what I would say. Just because of the background sort of haziness. Oh, no, I wasn't talking about you specifically. But if you don't have Discord, you're going to have trouble getting any of the files. Because that's where they're hosted. Let's try Mr. Raimondo Crollis. And fuck it, let's get Novak in. I want to give him some football. He's here, he's on the bench anyway. In fact... Fuck it. Let's give some debuts. Let's get Sagdal in as well. Why the hell not? I'm feeling fruity today. Holy mustache. Another thing with the mustache, right? So, yesterday I went to my friend's son's first birthday party. And I was like, oh, I probably should have a shave and that's so I can look presentable. Completely forgot to touch my mustache at all. So just did everything else except the mustache. So that went well. Didn't realise until afterwards, of course. Had a bloody great time, though. Particularly as my friend had added the Hold Your Gun Capybara song to the playlist they were playing at the party. So that was fun, too. This is looking like the opposite of the last game against Honvid, where it's an absolute... Oh, hang on. Krollis. Go on, Raymond. Do it for me, Krollis. Oh, my lord. He's offside anyway. Matt DK18, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I just wanted some way that people could find cool scenarios, basically, to do little saves with, because even if you like complete the initial objective or fail, you might still go, actually, you know what? I like some of these players. Maybe there's some cool regens or the club's just done some mad shit. Might still form the basis of a really cool save idea. Oh, we're going to concede here, aren't we? No, well done. Sagdar did brilliantly. You've got to hold your... It's very important. Safety first. Always make sure the safety's on. Oh, here we go. Novak. Slips it through. Raymond Krollis. Is this the moment we finally beat Honvid? No, it's not. Oh, it's never fucking the moment, is it? All and Dovets. Thank you for the follow. Oh, we've had chances. You can't say we've not had chances in this game, but it looks like I think this will be the 6th time now that we've played Honvid without winning. Ay. And it's cleared, yeah. Krollis he's looking like a really solid option for us as a backup, at least. Oh, Qatar can slip it through. Oh, that was close. Did send small child cry as soon as they saw you? No. Particularly as my facial hadn't changed, bear in mind, because I haven't seen my friend's son for a couple of months. So I say like he's not in chat right now. Not the son, the friend. bloody loves M, though. Crawling towards her. Gah. She was well flattered. Ultimate, they really are like the ultimate M boss. I feel like we're playing on like 7 prestige. This is not... Oh, hang on. And again. Unless... Knock it down. Go on. Pereira! Oh, my lord. We're not allowed, are we? We've actually done really well in the second half. Helps us crowdsource more of them. Yeah, that's the other thing. Bear in mind, it's not just about doing simulations for people. How on earth have we not won that game? But on the plus side, we didn't concede that one shot. How big are the stadiums? Well, I can show you. And I will. So I am. 1 second. Let me get there. But yeah, like, if people do find any weird scenarios that happen in your own saves, feel free to dump that in the Discord, in the channel. So, yeah. Lamb chop! Thank you for the follow. So will. Right, what are we looking at? We want OTP Bank. We want stadiums. Just easier that way, isn't it? So, yeah, you've got your big boys. You've got Ferencváros Stadium at 20,000. You've also got the Debrecen Stadium of 20,000, which will not be a top-flight stadium next year because they are getting hard relegated. Fehervar at 14k ain't bad either. There's a lot more stadium infrastructure than there was in Ireland, and you know how teams basically didn't ever upgrade? At least we've got 5 teams already with 10k cap or more, which is great for Europe. So Zalagasegi have it as well. Honvid have got 8k. Then it kind of tails off a little bit. Obviously, ours will become the biggest at some point, but that's still pretty good. So the whole time on the floor, antisocial. I know! In fairness, like, didn't like the giant bottle of whiskey. I was so offended by that. I really was. Oh, I've set up, right, because I'm the master of just disappointment, right? I have set up a recruitment focus called STARS. The aim of this recruitment focus, as you'll see, is just to find high potential players between the ages of 15 and 18, top priority, literally freaking anywhere. For any role in our system, just find me someone, right? Very, very curious to see if they come out with anyone. Bearing in mind, they have found us plenty of players already by themselves that have fit these requirements. So I want to see if me... We have no scouting package, of course, so let's just probably do that. That'll start, wouldn't it? Just give it a bit of scouting budget. I want to see if me telling them to find them actually does anything. You know? Because they found... I mean, you know what those 2 guys who came through last stream? Those 2 absolute wonder kids, basically. Like, what was it? There's Novak and there's Sagdal. Those are players that would have fit those requirements. I bet you they can't find us anyone even close to being as good as them. But I wanted to test it out, really. Oh, great. Jar Juice here to cause trouble. I cannot... Oh, we can ask him to sack his agent. That's fine. Very rarely do players ever say no on this, but I figured if anyone was going to say no on this, it was going to be Moses Jarju. Let's be honest. The scout's not... To be fair, it was Romero that did that. You're right. I just have to let my... Just let everyone be... I wish I could, like, delegate all the scouting to him. K-Roll Figueroa in the database. I do not know. It's not a player I'm familiar with. He'll have appointed himself. Well, actually, he's hired this chappy here, Bents Kovacs. Who... Does he represent any more of our players? No, just Jarju, in fact. So that's, I guess, kind of good. And he has really high patience, and he doesn't like the ice freeze. How could you not like the ice freeze? Also, why don't you like the ice freeze? What's he done? What's he been up to? I want to look at his relationships. He likes me, obviously. He has no other relationships. He doesn't hate anyone else, though, from what I can tell. Just a lot of people don't like him. Maybe it's because he's always mouthing off. Maybe he's a butt man. He is a wemp. This is very true. We say that. We don't know anything about him. What did he do ever do? Probably missed a penalty. Was probably a massive fraud. Shit. Oh, imagine if you could see why. That'd be great. It's just like a little eye you can hover over and you can kick it and it just says Isabel End. Because I'd have that on every profile I ever made on FM, to be honest. I want the Isabel End trait. New contract. Right. What are you on right now? You're on not a lot of money and you haven't got any more Colombia caps, but I suspect that you're going to want loads of money here, aren't you? Was mentioned by Jarji. Ah, true. Mentored by him? You got players mentoring coaches. New camera. The opposite of a new camera, James. So about 15, 20 minutes ago, my light blew up. So we've had to go to... It's the same camera. I've just got the ISO cranked up really high because if I don't, you can't see me. So I'm going to have to buy a new light. That's why everything's so washed out in the background. So I do apologize for the appalling lighting. I need to unplug that. I just don't know which... Hang on, I really should unplug that. Just because if it is something that's weird... I need to make sure that there's not a risk of causing any massive problems here. Oh, it is just as well I did not unplug the plug I was going to unplug. Because that would not have been the correct plug. And I think it would have shut off my camera. Right, let's get rid of this. There we go. Right, now it's properly unplugged. Like I said, Papa, I don't know who that is. Oh, no reason for a John Cena stream. Well, I thought I'd help your eyes today. Do a bit of dark mode. Right, okay, so... That failed, obviously. Yeah, this is always safety first, or something. Right, okay. Current contract doesn't really reflect the player I've become. So your regular starter is your agreed playing time, and you're currently getting important player playing time. You know what? Fair. And there's not really a lot I can do about this, is there? Because he's going to be complainy boy. Oh, actually. Ah. I do love the fact that they ask you what you can do, you tell them, and then they go, no, don't feel like doing that. But I am going to give him a new contract because he's actually really good. But I was just trying to see if I could get around giving him a contract because, well, money's a bit... So actually, money's not that tight, but it'd be nice if we could, like, not have to do that. So, let's ask his agent. So he's on $1,000 a week at the moment. Cut it down a bit. That's 3 times the money. And that's not happening. Like, you're not... Why would I change the role that you're playing? Another thing that I do find kind of silly, right? He plays as a roaming playmaker for us and has done for the year and a half that he's been at the club. He now wants a new contract with a different role. It's like, that's silly. I also am going to, once again, put him on regular starter. Oh, okay, fine. I'm not playing you as a defensive midfielder. Thank you. Jesus Christ. And he does it very well, yeah. Okay, so he's not having that amount of money. I don't think I can even afford to... How much can I offer on top of this? Oh, that's all right, actually. That'll probably allow me to knock it down to like 2.5. Maybe an extra year on it as well. Okay, no. Maybe just keep the contract as it is. 2.5 with no extra year. Okay, that's fine. He deserves a contract. He's done really well so far. He's probably been one of my favourite signings at the save so far, honestly. So, K-Roll... Figueroa, there he is, at Platense of Honduras. So that's the chappie. Oh, wait, he was at Liverpool? And now he's not. Is this a real life transfer, or is this one of those ones that just happens in game? It's just weird that he's at Liverpool at the start. You're off to that. Is that the farmer's market you told me about yesterday? Because that did look kind of poggy. 15-year-old season 1. Ah, okay. But is he at Liverpool or Platense? Has those top-end physicals. He's got really good... He's fast, probably. Not much I can really do with this information other than I can trial him, but he won't say yes. Big cheese selection, baklava and all sorts. That one. What was that cheese you were telling me about yesterday? It had like... It was made of... Like, had grape skin on it or something. I don't know. Orisic. Oh, is that the guy from Dinamo Zagreb? I'll be honest with you, I didn't watch the game at all yesterday. Wait, it's not Orisic, is it? It's just Orsic, I think. Yeah, Mislav Orsic. You live in Honduras? No way. Oh, sorry, you think he's Honduras. No, he is in Honduras. We just showed him on the screen, but I can't really do much more with that. Drunken Cheese. Mad. So yeah, this is Orsic. He's a bit excellent. Yeah, no, I forgot it was going on. Two, as I said, I was at a child's first birthday party, and then I got a notification on my phone saying that the game had finished, and it was like 2-1 Croatia. I was like, wow. Doesn't sound like I missed a great deal. I'm really not that bothered. I'm not even that bothered about today. I looked up this morning, I was like, oh, it's 3 o'clock? Which is just bizarre to me, but I guess that's 8 o'clock local time, innit? So, no, but Orsic is brilliant on that little test save I did with Zagreb. He was amazing on that save. Like, he was banging goals in for the first couple of seasons, especially. But the thing is, with him being 32, well, not 32 in real life, he's probably, what, 29 to 30 in real life? People go, how dare you? But also, you weren't the first person to make this joke when I mentioned I was going to this party on Thursday. That's pretty much all anyone in chat could say. Also, how's it going, Rob? We've missed you. Ah, dear. Yeah. Right. That's now resolved. Ferencváros win again. God damn it. We've still only lost 1 game this season. But we've also drawn against Honvéd twice. Or have we? Yes. It's getting there. It's an observation. How dare you? And they rejected our bid because, of course, they have. We're definitely getting youth intake in today as well. Because it's February now. Youth intake comes in March, so that should be plenty of time for us to get through to that. And Gomshine pleasing. Wow, he really is, isn't he? They say that, right? But let's see how much that progress actually translates to in attributes. Yeah, so he's gained 1 leadership and 1 off the ball. And 1 vision. It just feels like this should equate a little bit more to more of this. Perhaps, I don't know. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, Pontus Lindgren wants to go on loan. I tried to offer him to Hungarian sides, no one was interested, so I might just send him to Sweden for a little bit. That one they want to offer me more money with the loan fee. What's his position? Regular starter. I'll accept both and see what he wants to do. Just easier that way. New glasses in it, yeah. He's the mistake centre back we made, right? Lindgren was the guy that we picked up just because he was really cheap and well-rounded. Fancy lighting. It's really not, though, is it? It's really not. Yeah, he was nowhere near as good as we were hoping he'd be. Oh, it's one of those. Don't inform me again. Right, okay. Who am I missing from this that's going to complain? These guys can't possibly want to complain. I don't think I can really make any changes. I mean, obviously, I can make changes, but I, like, physically can't. Because we've got maximum score. Yeah, we can't make it. We have to take someone out to bring someone in. I don't know who I'd take out. He's asking to leave, is he? Oh, he'll get over it. I wouldn't know how to do cat. Oh, hang on. Georgie. Wait. Georgie! Georgie no longer needs to be registered. Oh, that's good news. That's amazing. So yeah, Georgie doesn't count as. Oh, I forgot. So does that mean he's going to count as homegrown at some point? I don't think he will he? Maybe? The goalkeeper, he's finally back fit again, so he is allowed to at least play. Leave Georgie out. Well, in theory, he should. Imagine if he actually cared. It's like, he doesn't need to be registered, but it's Georgie. He probably will want to be registered. New genetic engineering department. I hope so, given that our youth intake is very unpredictable at the moment. Anyone else I should remove? We have to have that keeper. I think we've solved the main issue, which was Diop complaining, potentially. Right, watch Jarju complain. Oh yeah, I forgot about Panache. Jarju is all of ours hero, I think. He's a man that lives by his own rules. Right, that's fine, yeah. Panache is a good lad. And Carvajal's usually okay with it as well. Yeah, okay. It's good for me to learn which players don't care about being left out, even if it does upset them a little bit. They're not going to, like, kick up a huge fuss. Ooh, hello, Lone Farm. Lone Farm's looking much better now. It's nearly up to a full page. Hopefully the likes of these guys that got the loans last stream will do better. Loads of trials coming to an end. But at least Molfehevar picked up a couple of them. So it's nothing. It's at least something. And then we've got Pushkas, and then it's... Oh, it's the Cup. We might have a shot at the Cup this year. Oh, Ferencváros might have played another game in Europe. Yeah, it is a real shame that he's not a real player. Don't worry, I'm sure at some point we will get... Oh, hang on. Right, okay, sit down. I forgot I said I'd loan you out, didn't I? I'm glad it at least reminds you of that. Of course, it's not going to matter if no one bids on them and they'll still get pissed at me, but it is what it is. Angel wants to be loaned out. He's another player that could really do with a bit of football. Ideally. Worst case scenario, he might actually accept a loan to one of our affiliate sides if I shove it. What round are we in? We're in the round of 16 in the Conference League. But let's just check on... I forgot I bookmarked that random Latvian stadium. UEL. Wait. Oh my days. They did it. They got through. They came 15th in the end. What the hell? Did they win their last 2 games? They won 2-1 at Crystal Palace and 1-0 away at Djurgården. Ferenc Varos, take a bow. That's amazing. I did not think they would pull that off. They were right down here in like 26th spot before those 2 games, and now they've qualified 15th with a -6 goal difference, but they won 4 of their matches. Wow. It is. I don't mind it. Also, loving the fact that Ludogorets have a player that's just called Rick. Huge fan of that. Rick Jonathan Lima Moraes. No, just Rick. Big fan of just Rick. Yeah, with those games, thought they had no chance. I haven't heard about RDF putting out that yet. Anyway, coefficient. Well, that's the thing. Who did they get, by the way? I didn't see. Knockout. Oh yeah, cool. So they're playing against Pal. You know what? It's Rick Bianca. That's not a bad draw for them, honestly. They could have had a lot worse. So, okay. Coefficients. What did that do for us? That should have done some serious pop. Whoa, 7.3. That's much more like it. Because on the year, that puts us sort of... Wow, is that top 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's like top 12, though. That's really, really solid. 7.3 for the year. For next year, does that actually allow us to jump anybody? I don't think it does it? We dropped Croatia. Okay, good. So that will gain us 1 spot, but it gets us much, much closer to this little gaggle of teams here, which is what I'm really looking forward to getting. I don't think there's much chance that we make too much more progress. It depends on who we draw, honestly. Pog's just texted me being like, why are you so dark? So Pog, if you're listening, basically what's happened is my ring light blew up. So I've had to turn the ISO on the camera right up just to let any light in. That's why I'm so dark. Anyone get them automatically created? Yes. So it's to do with the way that you set your scouts up, basically. So you mean these?
Here's a fun fact.
I can't remember exactly what button it is,
2 blocks from here.
but yeah, you're just mean. Rebele, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, I don't know exactly how. We definitely stopped them from happening, but I can't remember. My ring piece. Yes, my ring piece. User date going. It hasn't happened yet, so I'll let you know. I blew out my O-ring. What can I say? Yeah, I'm feeling low, man. Let me just get my hair floppy. There we go. I can't really do much more than that. That's about... Oh, okay. A loan offer. Are they a second tier side? They're not. Actually, he could probably clean up there, to be fair. So clubs declined to make offers for Shinan Medjiej. So presumably he's... Let me just keep offering him out, because... So, feels more effort should be made to loan it. Like, mate, the only effort that I can make to loan you is offering to loan you. Fuck it, let's not offer a loan to Hungary. Let's just offer him out in general. Maybe that helps. How can you say... I mean, I'm leaking, is what I can say. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to go get a key light or something. Right. Oh, we're on cards, apparently. Very thematic. Right. Any freebies? Pantimus. Ooh, a Canadian Greek. Don't mind a bit of that. We are still in the window for other Hungarian sides, so it's worth trialing him just so one of them might pick him up. Right, any young talent that we might be able to hoover? Not really, no. Yeah, no. I'm probably going to try and set up like a mini version of our scouting method for the summer. Because we have to focus on those types of signings over the next couple of years because we don't have the cash yet. We're actually still losing money currently. No offers for him. Right, is he going to be at least sensible about this now? Happy with the effort. Okay, cool. I need to keep an eye on that, though, because sometimes that can still change. Player doesn't have sufficient interest. So, clubs want him, but they don't think he's going to want them. Standard. Youth intakes always March 9th in Hungary. That is not how that works. Youth intakes are never on the same day. So, yeah. That's like not since, like, FM 18, maybe? It varies from year to year. Not even every club has it on the same day in Hungary. Right, we will decline that. Do I have a good training schedule? I do not, no. I'm waiting for someone much smarter than me to make one, because I haven't got a clue. I think that's part of the reason why we've seen the slight, the lack of development in certain players, because we just don't have good enough training schedules at the moment, but I'm waiting. Basically, I'm waiting for RDF to do all the hard work for me, because that man knows what he's doing. Vital. Starting more games? Wait, what? Actually, to be fair, he's mostly started in Europe. That's actually a fair complaint. I will actually promise to start him more times. Unless I could try to do that. Okay. Impact's... Alright. That's even better. That's way better. Like I said, Papa, there are no set youth intake days in Football Manager. So it's not that it's hungry or not hungry. There is none. There aren't any, basically. Yeah, someone mentioned that those ones from last year worked really well this year. I think the reason RDF's having to make new ones, I think it's because the ones that his from last year don't work as well this year. Hey, El Destructor! The theme, as in like the skin. Exclamation mark skin, you can download it yourself. 19, did it really? Yes, you're right, it must have done, because it was probably brought in with the new youth intake preview setup, wasn't it? I suspect. Right. Let's... Really? That's the one change you want to make, is to take out our young keeper? No. I'm excellent, Hayden. How are you? Let's... I don't have to put him in the team now, do I? Because he's not actually going to complain. Things you'd love to see even more. Radulich and Jarju. Cool. Wow, they actually both made the bench. That's good news. Same 7 days in the window. Yeah, no guarantee date. Yeah, that makes sense. I really like the fact that that's the case. I think it would have been way too easy for people to cheese youth intakes in the past. Because you notice that... I've actually noticed that over a full month. When I was looking at... When I did Red Zone, and I was trying to figure out if Everton had their youth intake, I was looking through March, and I could see youth intakes for English sides through the entire month, basically. Dill Rogers! Thank you very much for the follow. That's the Endrick. Yes, the Endrick. Sorry. That is the Endrick. Portugal always on the same 2 days of March. Interesting. That's quite a small window, isn't it? Attacking resistance are just the best ones to do. Okay, I'll have to have a look into it properly, you know. Or, again, wait for someone else who knows more about it than me. That's usually my play, anyway. Can't look at him. It is the Endrick. He's the Endrick to someone. Oh, by the way, chat. I've decided to carry on the memes about Hendrick, into... Looks up again, it says 9th of March. I promise you, that is not a fact. Because youth intake days are variable and dynamic in Football Manager, so they are never on the same day, in the sense that you cannot predict the date, because it doesn't work like that. So what I was going to do with Endrick was, during the video as well, is pretend that I think that it's the real Endrick. And I'm going to call the video something like Endrick is mid. That's my plan for the... because I just desperately want to annoy some people that care about stuff like that, you know? Did he really? I had no idea. But yeah, that's going to be my my plan, I think. I'm going to call it something like Endrick is mid. And then when I come to him, I'm going to be just talking about how I'm just unsure about what he is, with like full on straight face, because it's much easier to do that in video, right? Just say I've got a bad roll, exactly. And then just leave it. It's going to be great. Put Endrick's face onto this one. That's a good idea, actually, yes. Yeah. No, I think if I do that, it becomes too obvious that I'm joking, and I don't want it to be super obvious that I'm joking. That's my plan, because I'm hoping to annoy someone who's really pedantic. That's the thing. I want to... The types of people that care about that are the exact types of people I want to annoy. Well, it's not the Real Madrid Endrick, because he's obviously only signed for Real Madrid in real life. It's the Palmeiras Endrick in FM. Couldn't be as good if he was playing. Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be amazing. But what I'll do is at the very end of the video is I'm going to put a little segment in it about it, just so they go, oh. Yeah, the date itself is decided each year, but the date itself will vary from year to year. I know for a fact that it's once the date is set. I think it actually gets set when you get your preview. I believe, anyway. Well, it's not ready for match. Right? It's great for it's great for coefficient. It's great for that YouTube coefficient. It's great for pushing up the older interaction and engagement. Hey, Maureen. Oh, I'm excited about that alone. Plus,
Here's a fun fact.
I get to
Voltaire contracted
also
syphilis
bait people with
through
things like
rock
Novak,
slipping.
because he is genuinely going to be part of the sort of theme of the video, I suspect. Tumsi, thank you for the follow. Hey, Bente. Yeah, we love content here. Why do you think I deliberately blew up my light earlier? That was all for the content. All for the memes. That confused look on my face? Acting. I am an actor. I'm a thespian, you know? That's me. Oh, thank you, Eric. That's very kind of you. No, it's good. Right. Everyone that's watched it really liked it, and the comments and feedback was absolutely overwhelmingly, not even overwhelmingly positive, 100% positive. The problem was not enough people watched it, and thus that's the problem with YouTube. You have to be able to make content that more people are going to want to watch in the first place. Oh, but you know I do that as well, Neutral Normally, with certain people. For the crowd. Yeah, it was just like a fun video. I enjoyed making it, and the second one will be out tomorrow night. I'll be more with Announcer Matt. Announcer Matt. I used a bit of him. 7 wins, 0 goals conceded. Holy shit, that's not bad. Oh, this was great. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like you can look up anything in the game, basically. So, be it a player, a club, or... Well, I'm actually thinking about making a video like that, DDX. I'm going to do one where I get ChatGPT to literally write me a script for an FM video, and I just have to make whatever the script is. And you'll see the script on the screen the whole time. So as it's like scrolling up, telling me what to do. But I still haven't actually managed to get into ChatGPT yet. Every time I go there, it just says we're at full capacity. Come back later. And I'm like, okay. Any chance of, let me know? Because you can sign up for a thing that says when it's going to be back, and it just never is. As Labassian Gom gives us an early lead. Staying on, yeah, I saw that. I think I saw that yesterday. It must have just been a rumor then. Come that star just... I feel like the problem is, when you go from where he is to immediately being at Real Madrid, or any big side for that matter, it just feels like... I really like the way that someone like Haaland has progressed his career. It's the steps up rather than going straight from A to Z, you know? To a year to that. Oh, it's amazing. It's incredible. I'm curious to see what it would be work like that. Work Christmas party yesterday, says. Since he abandoned Saturday. Saturday, I've left you behind. Moving to Sunday streams, though, was an absolutely excellent idea. I've definitely think that was the correct idea. As we concede. That's annoying. Ødegaard. But what I would say is at least Ødegaard has now found a really strong role and is a captain of Arsenal. It's like he had to sort of take a step back and is now really flying, you know? It was the right step. Yeah, I'd much rather at least see him be at Salzburg and then Dortmund before Manchester City rather than going straight there, you know? Never again with the Brazilian wonder kid. He's just hoovering up the Brazilian countryside. Ødegaard is still 23. He's one of these people that's going to be... Well, you think he's really, really young over and over again, but then one day he's just suddenly 35. Just out of nowhere. Yeah. You say that, Roscoe, right? But I guarantee you that's not the case. And I'll tell you for why. Because those were in the game. In fact, I believe they might still be in the game on mobile. They actually had scenarios built into the game originally, and you could play them on PC. There was one called You'll Never Win Anything with Kids. There was multiple scenarios. And the point of the Make This Your Next Save project, if you like, was to actually try to recreate that for people, really. That was the hope behind it, anyway. James Milner's only 24. It's true. Who with 5 stars in only 2 seasons? Why can't mine look like that? Mine's rubbish. The only thing he's improved... the only thing that he's gone up in so far is his age to 29. So if this is what he's going to look like at 29 at Real Madrid, I don't think there's a lot of hope to hold out for, you know? Yep. I feel like Sean Wright-Phillips as well was another really... I think what it is, short players. If you're slightly under average height, which they're probably not, honestly, then I think people just assume they're younger because of it. The latest patch, that was fixed in the beta. The technical growth thing was, allegedly anyway, fixed with a patch about 2-3 days into the beta, if I remember correctly. I'm putting a lot of the lack of technical development on some of my players down to the fact that my training's shit at the moment. But I'll fix that. Oh, in the editor for transfer preferences and stuff. So this is... The reason I didn't make that was because I didn't do a lot of that stuff. That was Hadrian. Bear in mind, the transfer preferences thing, we actually didn't have to change for this save, as Hungary is one of the few nations that doesn't have any transfer preferences. But if you're talking about the loan thing, for example, that was Hadrian's handiwork. The only stuff I did really was add Thijs Fries and Emmett Doran, and I changed the developed status of the country because we felt that was completely buggy, basically. 27 and 29. It's, to be fair, Pog, right? the other day when she was at work. Got mistaken for being 17. She has not shut up about it since. She was very flattered. Well, I guess footballers tend to have kids quite young, don't they? Because they can. They've got the financial security. Was it the man from McDonald's? You mean the Nugget Monster? No, it wasn't. It was someone from work. It was a lady. Bear in mind, Pog is 28. So not bad. I haven't been, like, carded for anything. I think maybe since I was, like, 23. When I shaved my beard. I went to this gig and I shaved my beard and I couldn't get a pint because of it. Because I do have a proper baby face when I don't have a beard. But not since then. Other than, like, sometimes randomly in Tesco's where they're like, you think you look under 20. I think I've kind of just reached a point now where they're just like, yep, that is an adult human. And I'm fine with that. This summer, nicely done, Eric. I bet you felt proper youthful after that. A babe face. I'll take it. Pig in the city, bruv. How can you card a car? I know, I should have told them. Don't you know who I am? That would have gone down like a lead balloon. Yeah, it's I believe in the UK it's called like look 25. You have to, if you look under 25, they'll card you. Do you want to be mistaken for one of? It's true. I did. That being said, I feel like had I done that, it would have been way less obnoxious when I got in the ball pit. But yes, there was a ball pit. My mate was having a bloody lovely time with it. I can say this now because he's at the farmer's market being all bougie. How old to the youth intake? If I knew that, I would be probably getting next week's lottery numbers on it as well. Always forgetting it. Yeah, but Sunday streams just work so much better. I feel like they're the perfect remedy. People are just kind of... I really do like our Sunday morning streams. They're just so chill. It's imagine if it actually is the 9th of March, though, and then I'll look like a real wanker, won't I? More than usual, I should stress. 12. God damn. Right, okay, so that's a nice little 3-1. Plus with Ferencváros not winning, or they weren't winning. They're not winning, that's good. Although Pereira looked a bit knackered there. Sunday morning vibes, indeed. A two-headed wanker. Is that like something from Greek mythology? Sorry, Rob, I'm not super familiar. I bet you £5. You know what? Okay, Papa, fair enough. If the youth intake comes through on the 9th of March, I will gift you a sub. Because that will cost me round about that. It's roughly. You'd have to do it for the jokes, of course. Because we recently got... you don't have to, though. Pop me on the TV or something. If you get a TV in the bedroom, crack out. It's fine. It's perfect. On Friday, I was just not in the best of states. I had what I like to call a fuck this day. Which is just where I'm like, yeah, nothing productive is going to happen today, so I'm just going to let myself be that. But then the next day, you have to be not super productive. You have to completely switch. It's like, take your time to wallow, and then get the fuck on with it the next day. I allow myself one of those every couple of months. Highest finish in the league so far was actually second. Last season, we missed out on the title by a point. And at the moment, it looks like the same thing would happen. MTK knows the date. Maybe? Would that even work like that? First, the worst player. That would be cool. Right, I'll tell you what, right? Here's an idea. Imagine if the youth intake was done. What's a strike? Where, like a FIFA pack opening. So the players like walk out one by one from like worst to best. The name of the skin is Saz23. If you do !skin in chat, Martin, you'll get a link to the download for it. For the folder, anyway. There you go. Now, nailed it. Last year was the 9th. It might have been. I mean, if it is, then hey. Then it is, you know. Let's crack out some subbies. I'm going to start giving these guys more time off the bench just because it's the perfect opportunity for them to get some... Oh, wait. Vital, yeah, because he wants more time. Novak through the middle, even though I'd rather not. Larkesh maybe as well, because of that booking. Get Varju in. We've got Varju and Jarju. You'd love to see it. Charge microtransactions to open extra youth. Oh, you love to see it. That'd be amazing. Opening my hero youth pack. Who's that? Look, chat. I packed Ferenc Puskas in my youth intake. You know the entire youth intake is going to be... Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't know, honestly. I've not played FIFA since 2019. Takes 6 weeks to see. Oh yeah, so basically the way that you you actually have to watch the player grow up. With terrible music in the background as we take the lead again by more because it was already winning. And Neutral Normie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Holy shit. If you !skin, Martin, in chat. Someone actually already did the link for you, but if you do ! Hang on, I'll just do it again. Like that. And that right there is the link. Neutral Normie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That's so kind of you, my friend. I'll put it towards a fund for buying myself a new light. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. We just twatted Pushkas. I'll take that. I bet we're still absolutely dominating on like the statistics, the XGs and the whatnots. See more files like flags. No. The only file you want is the one at the very bottom. The one that's, well, depending on which hello, in progress is. Hello, friendos. So I maybe should put, basically it's the file at the very bottom. It should say like it's a .fmf file. 23.9, unless you're using a laptop and you might want a slightly optimized version. Saz was showing me something yesterday. So do you remember I was saying to Saz that I would like it if you could so when you click on the match here, it would actually display like match stats. So Saz actually built a really cool thing that shows you, it would like pop out. Problem being, in order to actually get match stats, you have to load the match, like the match has to actually be loaded in like this, and you can't do that from a separate menu, unfortunately. Yeah, it wasn't actually on purpose, Mike. My light blew up. But have ourselves a merry what is the player profile look? As in, like, what does it look like? That. But obviously you can customize it. It blew up on stream. It did, yes. I was full face cam at the time. Hey, Icarus. Yes! I'm glad you noticed that, Icarus. I was like, as much as I wasn't going to get a lot of chance to use those kind of stuff this year, I was like, the moment I get an opportunity to show match footage, I'm getting the vibing song out. Fully identical names. I assume it just doesn't bother at that point. The UCL draw? Oh, God, I don't know. I don't know. We're not in it, so... A bit of Hulk yoga. This is going to look proper gopping, isn't it? Oh, look at that. It's like I'm still using my webcam. I've never seen a really good camera look this bad, and I'm hugely here for it. Multiple Dick Van Dyke, yep. I did a lot of Inspect Element on the Sky Sports YouTube channel page. It's a nice bit of flickering going on there as well. There we go. It'll definitely be in the recap, Maze of Torment. I will be finding the clip. What do I think? Oh my God, I'm burping so much today. Don't know why. Callum Abbott. Spurs. Perfectionist personality at 15 is remarkable. Pressing forward, great work rate. Oh, it's the finishing and the actually, I have a feeling with someone like this guy, depending on his like, perfectionist personality will certainly help him. He feels to me like the type of guy that will eventually become a complete forward, in the sense that he's not amazingly fast and he doesn't have the best finishing or first touch, but he has an okay work rate but lacks a bit of strength, and he's got high determination. Passing's decent, but vision's not. He has the hallmarks of one of those players that about 10 years down the line is going to look really good, but you'll also be like, do I want him? I just think he feels like a Vosterek type of guy. What camera? It's a Canon 200D. Is the current camera I'm using anyway. Boom. Infectious personality. Yeah, you don't want those. Right, let's have a look at these near progresses, shall we? Presumably, they will ignore him because, you know, 30 million quid part of that. Also, note how I said 15 to 18. He has only just turned 19 in fairness, so I can let them off with that one. I suspect that because these are the in progress ones, they'll just ignore them because of that. Let's see who the ones that aren't at Man United are. Oh, he's at Chelsea. Great. I mean, some of them look like they might be alright, but they're all at massive sides. The types that you're not going to be able to afford players from, you know? Was really fun nationalities. Japan. Don't see it. There's a Romanian flag. Which is this chappy here, Enes Shally, who's a real player? Holy shit. Leg shot Lenny. Thank you very much for the follow. So we'll see. I reckon we get one player and it'll be someone who's at like Preston for like £5 million who's completely unaffordable. But I wanted to test it again just to give it a chance. We've got to at least give it a chance, right? He's going to get a bonus. That's fine. Oh, they're both getting bonuses. Bobby has got 14 in... Damn. He's had a really top season. Oh God. Now it's another deal for Jarju time. I don't think there's a lot I can do. I cannot possibly offer you that contract. That's not allowed. What's his current contract? He's got like 2.5 years left on it. The worst thing about this as well is... Hey, also, here's a fun fact. You know when you kind of give a player a new contract, you have to... Most of the time, they want you to talk to their agent first. So you go in here and you go, ask agent, right? And that gives you an opportunity to negotiate before you get into the negotiations. If they come to you with this, you don't get that option, which I think is a little bit silly and a little bit cheeky. Recruitment focus, we've set it up basically, because I want to just test it. So basically, it's set up for any good player for transfer between the ages of 15 and 18 for any role in our entire tactic. I just wanted to see kind of what they'd actually return us with. And as you can see, they've already... wait. Yes, there's 23 in progress at the moment. I'm going to have to do this deal with Jarju, aren't I? But I don't think I can offer it. I literally don't think I'm allowed to offer him that contract. And a release clause. Fuck that. Like, I'll give you that because you are the captain and technically are... Look at the pros on him. Hey, Brasio. They actually did. Incredibly, they did get through. They are... Hang on, which part did you see? Because did you see them qualify for the next round? Or are you talking about the Palk game? Because I haven't looked at that yet. Let's see if I can do that. Mate, I'm not giving you a yearly... You literally cannot have that. Let me bump your appearance fee up to 1,000. So it meets what you were actually looking for. He's got a really power... Oh, it's locked in now. How about that? I'll give you... Clean sheet bonus. Not ideal, honestly. But if we at the very least get an expiry date on it... And a loyalty bonus of 100 grand. He is the club captain. Yeah, unfortunately, the big con being that he's a massive bellend. He's a very good writer. Shakespearean-esque, you might say. Did you say there was like a really good... Oh, the goalkeeper. Yeah, you're right. This guy, Nathan Baxter. We're still in the window, so it's worth bringing him in for the others. Any young players in here that might be... Max wage demands, negative 101. Doubt. Probably a little bit of a doubt. Own fault for not excluding it. Excluding what? I just... Oh, every single time. Excluding a clause like that in a contract doesn't make them not put it in there. It just means that they will immediately say no to the contract. Like, trust me, I spent 13 hours looking at contract negotiations to know that. If I'd have removed that clause there, all those clauses, and set them to red and excluded and removed from negotiations, they would have simply gone no. Like... And then the whole contract would have gone red and we wouldn't have been able to sign our captain back to a new contract. And then he'd have got pissed at us. It just doesn't work like that. Like, if they want it in the contract, they're going to put it in the contract. There's nothing you can do. The other thing you could do, but then you'd have to pay them like an insane amount of fees every time. I would say 90% of the time. And it wasn't worth losing our captain over. Like... Hey, pass this. Like 2k more a week. Oh, of course, yeah. But I was at the maximum amount I was allowed to offer the player in wages. So I couldn't offer him 2k more a week. Obviously, if I had the ability to offer him like all kinds of clauses, then I would have done that and that would have got rid of it. But we didn't have the wiggle room on the top end of the contract to do that. I made a whole video about this exact thing because there's a lot you can do in the contracts, but not if the initial amount of money they want is so close to your cap. You've got way less wiggle room there and you kind of have to get bent over a barrel by them, really. The only real like options you've got is things like the appearance fees and stuff like that, and they tend to not really care about they care a little bit, but they're nowhere near as powerful as you think they should be. You just replace, of course, yeah. We should sign. We've already got the replacement. He's been in the squad the entire time, and there he is. It's Benedict Varju. Yeah, maybe this will actually help his squad stat. I'm clutching at straws here, of course. He's never going to do that, is he? Let's be honest. Where chat was too little, yeah. To the championship. To be fair, it's only 2 years on it, and it'll be okay. We have actually played a few games with the centre-back pairing of Varge and Jarge, which sounds like a sort of 80s cop duo. Like some Naked Gun shit. I'm here for it. Right, let's have a look at... Have they played yet? No. Their next game isn't until midweek. Yeah. Oh, wow, those are quite close together. Okay, fair enough. Beginning of a bad joke. And also the middle and end. Local with Pereira. Well, I mean, I don't know. With someone like Varju, it might be more likely, potentially. Still less likely, but I think... Given that Juve won... Bear in mind, of those who missed it, right at the final day of the window, Juve tried to pay me 600 grand for Pereira. No, we haven't had the youth intake yet. Ah, nice! Angel's going to get a loan. Sick. We're in February at the moment. So Chocobar's gone. Lindgren's going as well. Good stuff. It's like a beauty shop specialising in downtown. We've got what? So we've got Jar-Jazzle and Var-Jazzle. Is that what we're saying here? We also gained a bit of ground back on Ferencváros. Did they lose a game? They lost to Újpest. We're back in it, but annoyingly, because they've won more matches than us. My future backline based on Brazil regions. Lucas Gabriel. Lucas Gabriel. That's perfect. There's surely got to be a guy. Right, let me just make sure I caught up on these. I did. Lovely news. Okay. It's good stuff. That's the Ides of March, chatto. Oh, wrong button. We've got a little break there. Oh, that'll be perfect, actually. That'll allow us to get through a bit more space to get to the youth intake. Don't they hinder development? Not a clue, mate. It's the assistant. I haven't set up a proper training schedule for this year yet. There's nothing concrete out there that I really wanted to start using yet, so I haven't touched them. So I didn't put them there. That's just whatever the assistant's doing. And also, let's have a look at this training. Does it? Let's have a look at the training schedules. I don't think it's that bad, honestly, because it's with 2 games a week. You can't have too many training sessions, otherwise the players will never be actually fit enough to play the games. Just Novak. Oh, you missed Novak. Aha. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there we go. Felipe Novak. We picked him up on a free transfer from Tubiza on the last stream, and we could not believe our bastard eyes when he was available on a free transfer. Look at the state of him. He's absolutely filth. Such a good player. Driven personality as well. He's just outrageous. Bargain of the same. We actually picked up 2 guys in the same little spell, really. He's okay. He's all right. Where's the other guy? And we also got this guy, Jonathan Emmanuel Sagdal, on a free transfer from a team called Nordstrand. Just more of this loveliness. Bayern tried to steal Jules Gordon's best player, so I tried to buy some loan back to keep him in the league. Bayern got 3.3 million accepted for me, not a penny under 18 million. Yes. Yes. This exact same thing. If you remember when we got Daniel Steen from Mulder, I ended up having to pay, I think, £11 million for him when I think Spurs were trying to buy him for like 6 or some shit. It's not luck. This isn't luck. Like, you have to set up your... To be fair, actually, there's a bit of luck on these ones because these were guys that our scouts physically brought to us and I couldn't believe my eyes. So, I'm curious to see what's going to happen with these recruitment focuses, though. How are we doing on that one? How's the recruitment focus coming? 21 in progress now. I love that guy's still in progress. Like, can we not just immediately exclude him at this point? No, Ibu is still there, sadly, being a pest. Lots of these are coming to an end. That's fine. Sat Murray gets his... Oh, no one picked up Steve Cook. Just loan off Bayern? What would be the point of loaning him off of Bayern? As in, the purpose of that was to loan him so that he stayed at the original side, not at Bayern. That was the purpose of what they were trying to do. Let's see. Because if he's at Bayern and you loan him, then you've just got him instead of them, and it's sort of pointless. Yeah, I will actually get Sat Murray a loan. Should have maybe given him future prospect, though. Right, I will do all the silliness on this one, I'd say. Let me go fully into it. Yearly wage rise, that's fine. I'll give him a relegation release clause, because we ain't getting relegated. He's Hungarian, so we can hit him with a nice, juicy one of those. This is dangerous, though, because... this might be quite dangerous, because we don't know how much he's actually going to want. Yeah, I was worried about that. I should have just let that go first and then did it. I want my 3 year. I want a boat on him. But I might have to pay him a bit more over the top in the back end, just in case. If he gets caps, it needs to be worth that anyway. That'd be fine. Yeah, £400 a week. Nice. We don't get Hungarian Steve Cook. I know. We don't get Steve Cookshes, or whatever his name would be. Istvan. Istvan Cook. Is Istvan the Steve? That's the Hungarian Steve, isn't it? Istvan. Or Istvan. Oh. Oh, yes. That's just where I want my inbox. Istvan Cock. Yes. I'm here for it. At least we've actually got some decent... Oh, Stephen. It's close enough, right? We'll take it. I thought that was implying that he was from Ireland and Burkina Faso, but sadly he's still... Jesus Christ. Oh, he's a real player. They're all real players at this point, aren't they? Any more freebies? No. Wow. Anyone that's signable? Any, like, absolute bargains in there? Pretty much not. Although I suspect... Hang on. Milan Dimoon. Huh, we did land on Dimoon. Contrary to popular belief. Has been snow in the UK, yeah. Well, last Sunday, but it's still sort of here because it got so cold and has been so cold for the last week that the snow's just sort of still here. Istvan Horvat. It does sound a bit although I've seen quite a few people that aren't Hungarian with the surname Horvat as well. I think I've had several players actually, particularly Slovenian, I think, or Slovakian with the surname Horvat. We put Milan on the moon. We did. Yeah, I'll just let those guys go for the moment. Finally going to... Yeah, because apparently tomorrow it's going to be like 13 degrees. Just randomly going to be outrageously warm. They are boarding country. True. Cup match. Right, this should be fun, actually. I kind of want to... Messi and Mbappe tonight. I think they're probably going to need like 10 other guys on each team. But either way... I'll be honest with you, Shimra. I just don't care. Like, I really don't care. Like, maybe Argentina just because France won it last time, I suppose. But I'm really, really clutching at straws about whether I give a shit about it at all. I'm trying so hard to not care. Pick one. Like I said, I think Argentina because, yeah. Because at least it's not France winning it twice in a row, I suppose. That's the most I can give you. Let's get Novak in. I wouldn't mind starting him, and I'm also going to start our young friendo Sagdar because I think he deserves it, and he can't play, and Booty as well, and Endrick because I just want to see Endrick score for us because GOAT, because plays for Argentina, and that's the team that I suspect will win, because France, yeah. Well, for his Novak, he's right-footed, but it doesn't matter. Oh no, he's not. He's left-footed. My bad. But I actually don't care about the footedness of inside forwards because I actually quite like having inside forwards on their wrong, like, not their wrong, but almost like their correct foot in a way. Yeah, Verev's gone back to the under-19s because we were worried that he wasn't going to get the development that we might have liked out of him. Yeah, actually, it's not a bad idea. We'll get Vital in as well. It's a cup match against a lower tier side. We should be all right. I'll start Nwusu as well, though. Anyone else that should be in this game? Probably Krollis, to be honest. While we're at it, right? Player profile, yeah, sure. Oh, I see. Are you trying to copy like the Oh, I understand. Yeah, sorry. I thought, yeah. So presumably you're trying to copy the way I've got it set up. Ben Hutton, thank you for the follow. Still feel like Morocco can do something. I tell you what, they might be able. No, they can't because Croatia won the game. I saw this brilliant tweet. Also, it was like, if they both get 4 players sent off in both matches, then it will roll back to the best disciplinary record at the quarterfinals, and then it's coming up. The real Endrick show his skills. Oh, it's going to be perfect. I can't wait. 3 times stats on his player photo. Yeah, so you have to set them up yourself. Like, you have to go into here and set however you want the profile to be. Big factor. I guess. It's all I can really say. I just don't care. I don't think I've ever been less bothered by a World Cup final. I've watched every World Cup final since I was 8. So that's 2000. No, not 2000. Since the 1998 World Cup. And I think this is the one I care the least about. Probably followed by the 98 World Cup because I was 8 and didn't really understand what was going on. But I think it's now a huge gap between them and all the other World Cups, honestly. Third one! Thank you for the follow. Oh, shit, I meant to look up that logo, Husby. My apologies. I'll get right to that. There's World Cup. Apparently so, Johnny, yeah. Yeah, I think what it was, the moment that... Normally with World Cups, when England are out, I don't really care too much in terms of... Like, I still want to watch the rest of the tournament because I'm engrossed in what's going on. But with this one, the moment my team went out, I kind of just didn't care anymore, which is unusual for me in these sort of things. Fiona! Really? Piergino Palino. What a great name. Thank you for the follow as well. Your first World Cup, really? I just... The Morocco doing well was a nice story, and that kind of kept my interest a little bit longer than it perhaps would have done otherwise, honestly. Oh, look at Hendrik. Doing mad things. Nguyen Van Hung, great stuff. Leon always produced really good Vietnamese regens. PSG occasionally, but always Leon. No, Youth and Tech hasn't happened yet. We've got a bet going on it. Short of the Dead. Oh, that was the headbutt, wasn't it? Yes. Whenever I see a really good Vietnamese player, I just immediately assume they've come through at Lyon. Eastern Europe Nomads. Nice. Which 5 leagues did you pick? Because sort of Eastern Europe's like a slightly larger ground area, isn't it? Enjoy the summer. Yeah, I think the summer vibes is definitely part of it. And blur together more. I don't know. I even enjoyed the last World Cup, I think. And 2014 was amazing. Because you got the 7-1 and... Just... Yeah, but... Oh, well, I lose a gifted sub over it. Did Hendrik just score? Was that Hendrik? Nice. Sorry. Someone accused me in the VODs of one of the last VODs that I didn't... I was uninterested because I missed a goal one time. And actually, you know what? It's fair. But also, I think that maybe some people don't understand that, particularly if they're watching it as a VOD and not the stream live, which obviously they're not because they wouldn't be watching the VOD, is that it's different. I'm going to be looking at chat more than the game a lot of the time because that's kind of the point of a stream. But yeah, sometimes it is annoying when I miss a goal. But like, that's just one of the things. Sometimes it happens, you know? Yes, that's the real Hendrik, yes. Hendrik's looking pretty good, isn't he? Is that just in? Oh, no, it's white. Isn't as symmetric in the possession stuff show? Really? That would actually make sense, Brazio. Oh. It's perfect. Yeah, obviously you have to try to find line. It's just... It's because it was when we conceded that late goal against... who was it? Against Maribor, which was annoying. But I happened to have been looking at chat at the time, and I missed it. But it's not because I'm uninterested. It's just because it's just a very different sort of medium, I suppose, you know? Overly react. Caught up in his formal trigger and wage escalations. This is very true. I am a little bit concerned about it. I'm more honestly concerned about losing him to Real Madrid if real life's anything to go by, right? I love that we've got Booty in this team. We've got all the boys. Krollis up front. Vital. Oh, hang on. Where's the run? What is Vital doing? Novak. That's a great ball from Novak. Krollis is through. Can he score? Yes, he can. Lovely ball. Great ball from Felipe Novak. I think he could be in that role in the middle. He looks absolute filth. And he's got a bit of height about him too, by the looks of it. We just have so much quality there at the moment. Look at this assist from Novak. Just looks up, bang. Gorgeous. And also, Krollis has gone under the radar. He's got 11 goals this season, despite barely ever starting. His passing, he does a very, very good passing, if I recall. Novak or Hendrik, both. No need to pick. You can keep both. It's the beauty of it. Although Undai has hurt himself now. Oh, shit. I should have probably started Larkesh, shouldn't I? Best country to find regens. I would never, ever recommend looking specifically in a country for regens, because if you do that, you're unlikely to find... You'll find some good ones, but you'll also miss all of the ones from every other country. So I tend to just not do that at all. I just go for everywhere and target the whole, like, under 19 and under 21 national team squads. He does all your scouting for you. Yeah, he's always going to be Bobby Shadow. Lowly rated in stars. Because Regan Booty is an RPM and the game doesn't rate RPMs properly, and we have our wingers flipping over, so sometimes they play in the wing that they're not so comfortable with, and that's why it looks really bad there. It's just whatever point in the game. At some point, it will randomly flip back, and you'll see Vital will be there. Best country of regions is PSG. No, I can't take Endrick off, can I? What am I doing? Let's get Panache on for a little bit. That'll quiet him down a little. And, oh god. Yeah, I don't want to make too many subs, because a lot of these players on the bench are players that I kind of like to just keep in the team. Maybe I can take Radulich off for Vargy. Server in Colombia, yeah, but just look at every... Don't look at every country, but try not to get bogged down in like, oh, I must look at Colombia all the time, and then you ignore Bolivia and Peru and like... So when you're looking through those national teams, obviously you don't need to be scouting like the Andorran under-19 squads, because the chances of them actually producing a really good player are slim to none, right? And the problem with Wales a lot of the time is most of their good players come through at like Man United or Liverpool or something like that, so they're generally speaking never in your price range a lot of the time. It's very rare that you find like a really good Welsh player that will generate like TNS or someone. Occasionally, though, you can get some bargains with DNS. He's not interested. Stronger, he will get it one day. How old is he? Maybe it's just a... He's not mature enough for it yet. Cross out on the volley. Probably. Novak's certainly choosing violence today, isn't he? Oh! Damn, we nearly conceded to these guys. Still. The offensive part of the game. So basically, the original version of this tactic had a Regista in it, and it just did not work properly. Even though you'd think they'd be the same, my suspicion is that... What is the keeper doing? My suspicion is that it says they're similar, but there's probably something in the way that they behave in the match engine that actually makes them different enough in the current match engine. Firstly, for them to require separate designations, but also for it to just not work as well. How'd you make that within 1 year scouting every country? Bear in mind, you're not scouting every country. You're scouting the under-19 national teams of a select group of countries within that. And that's easily doable. Now, obviously, the more scouts you have, the quicker it can be produced. But I did a whole video where I showed exactly how this could be done with less than, I would say, 6 or 7 scouts. Easily, in like 6 months. So all you do is you go, right, I want to start with Europe. And then you'll just go, oh, wrong button. You'll go, right, Europe. You'll start with Albania. You'll go national teams under 18 squad. I use this view, that way I can see all this sort of stuff straight off the bat. I filter by age. Or sorry, first I filter by ability, even though I can't see it. Then I filter by age. The reason I do that is because that way, any players I already have knowledge of will get filtered out the top and you won't have to rescout them. I'll then go through here, look at any players who are like, maybe not with Albania, honestly, but with someone like Austria, for example. I would just go like that, right click, report, get scout report. Next one. Azerbaijan, maybe I'd skip Azerbaijan. Belarus, they have some good players, so maybe if there's like some 16-year-olds in Belarus, I would look at those ones. Belgium, I would just go for anyone on here. Bosnia, same kind of spiel, and then just work my way through. And you build up a huge scouting priority list, which they'll slowly but surely work their way through. That's what you do. Oh, got a bit of money for that. Nice. And a good win on that as well. Lovely news. Wow, we won 3-0. He was man of the match. 157 passes completed. Oh, it was exclamation mark scouting, I think. Yes, there it is. I think. There's two methods, because I've got 2 different videos. One's for that type of scouting, the other one's for but yeah, then I do those for the under 20, under 19, and under 21. Now it gets a bit more buggy, not buggy, but different when you move to other continents, because they have slightly different setups. So for example, if you go to South America, I always press the wrong button there. Instead of that, I mean, yeah. With South America, the teams are a little bit different. You've got all these extra squads, right? Scout region wise, scouts with good adaptability. Yep, enjoy. Never worked for me in any way, but sure. Like, oh yeah, filters. No, filters is... Yeah, you're right. No, it is filters. Yes. Yeah, so with South America, I always start with the lowest one still. Like these. But you'll notice if you go to like under 20 squads, you can find some new 17-year-olds. And if you're seeing like 17-year-olds in the under 20 squad, they're probably better than the ones in the under 19 squad, generally speaking. Sponsorships, they kind of, well, it changes. Depends on the length of the contract, right? More trials finishing. No, Steve Cook. No. Wait, we can... Why do we... I regret this immediately. Speed. Hang on, the speed? Well, that's at least something. Can I advance to the end? Oh, great. Great. So we're playing it. Oh, well, we're not winning the league. We're not winning the cup this year, are we? Because we get to play one of those two. We'll be here forever. We'll never get a youth and tech at this rate. Ooh. Oh, no, that's Conference League. But that's the Ferencváros game. Right, come on. Good result, Ferenc. Ah. So, Stefan Mitrovic was sent off after 19 minutes. Oh, they held on so long as well. But then conceded twice in the last 10 minutes. Johnny? Surely it's not. No, I thought it was the Wolves, Johnny. Not fantastic. And Jarju's got his new contract. I mean, he is an excellent player. But, god damn it. They can still do it. They're going to need a hell of a home game, though. That's the problem. They were so close to getting a decent... Like, a 1-1 draw there would have been perfect, particularly with the whole... Oh, yes, please. They can have Janos Satmari. He said he wanted a loan. Fringe player is a little bit irritating. Can you play him a bit more, maybe? Like, at least impact sub me. Okay, cool. That is our affiliate, which is useful. Oh, he's gone. And he's turned professional at the same time. Satmari is the one that really intrigues me because he's the one that's getting, like... He was getting called up. Yeah, he's got 421 caps at the age of 17, whereas the others don't. Pereira is still here. Yes, he did not get sold. The only team that came back in for him were Juve, and they came in way too late. Wow, there's so much negatives on these guys. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to look into that stuff. Because I think it's really hindering our players' development. One thing I would say, right, is, if that is the case, it would probably behoove SI to actually at least have their assistants be capable of making something that works for teams, particularly for the newer players. It feels like newer players are going to get punished by not doing all their manual training, if that is the reason. Sagdal, no, I don't want to send him to Újpest, particularly not as a fringe player. He's got time for us here. Oh, Meshikovic as well. But, wow, it's weird that he would go there as a regular No, we have to keep him here because of the homegrown. 4K. You think I have the bandwidth for 4K? Pakshi. You know what, Booty Man? I'm going to loan Regan Booty. Someone else is going to get to taste the booty, chat. And he's off. Regan Booty's gone to Pakshi. You'll love to see it. They've been wanting him for like a year and a half. Yeah, bear in mind, am I playing the game live? No, this is pre-recorded. Unfortunately. Sorry, I mean, I didn't see that message. This is a pre-recorded message. Oh, look at this. Oh, this looks appalling. Owlball Ref, thank you for the 9 months.
Season's greetings all. Hope everyone has a bliss Christmas and a great New Year 10.
Thank you, my friend. That's super kind of you. Yeah, cheap future fee, but if they get him, they get him, right? Yeah, so I can barely stream in the current setup, basically. Like, I am maxed out as far as what I can actually... I stream at 5.8 and I have 6 meg. So... Believe me, when I get better internet, it'll be gorgeous. But at the moment, that is not really like... Wow, they spent 1.6 million. They signed Jairo Wiedevold. Puskas picking up players from Crystal Palace. That's amazing. Recorded in the past and transmitted to the future. Very good point. Yes, hadn't thought about that. Any more interesting ones here? Carl Gustafsson. Wow, 1.6 million. Ferencváros buying players off of Milan. You'd love to see that. This is the kind of signings, right, that Dundalk were making just barely in, like, season 30 of The Last Building a Nation. And yet here's Ferencváros doing it in season 3. Oh, it's glorious. I think one might actually be doable. Pakshi's booty offer accepted. You be careful with that. Like, I don't know what solicitation's like in Hungary, but, like, you want to be careful. Ngom, fluent Hungarian. Labassi, you legend. He understands, that's good. Thijs Rees is excited. He's always excited, apart from where he's pissing off Varju's agent. We've just got to find a way to get more wins than them. We really are, just in so many ways. Oh, 21 in progress still. They've still got the guy from Man United on there because reasons. They've still got a 19-year-old, several 19-year-olds on there because reasons. Oh, these are all real players. Have they got any guys that aren't real players? I was kind of hoping that they would find some, like, regens for us, but are they... Ah, there's one. Shapansky. He's not bad, is he? Oh, he's at RZ. Fuck's sake. Kalusic. Council United. I want to see. The reason I'm not touching it is because I want to see what they actually come back with, just so I can prove how bad recruitment focuses actually are. It feels doable. RZ's not a big club. Sure, but they ain't going to be set. Your personal opinion of them is kind of irrelevant because we're not going to be able to spend £1.4 million on a player, are we? They're also, comparatively speaking, they are quite a big side. Sorry, not 1.4, 3.4. Because they play in the Eredivisie, they have high player values, which means that we can't sign players from them. Also, they're a fairly large side in the grand scheme of things. No longer concerned about his playing time. Okay, that's good. Didn't receive an offer. That's good. Okay, the squad dynamics is... He's still going to complain in the summer, but at least that's actually sorted us out quite nicely. Look at me, chat. Managing the atmosphere and the managerial support. Okay, you've made several players unhappy. How? So basically just one dude. I love how that's gone down. That's... No one agrees with them, but no one disagrees with them either. Yes, I am a bit dark, Dan. So basically my light blew up in the at the start of the stream. Eredivisie is a bad league. I mean, 6th best league in Europe. So, you know. Like, Faroe Islands is a bad league. True. I suspect that basically all of those guys will get ignored when they actually finally come to the report, and it'll be like one dude. I'm excellent, Dan. How are you, mate? Did you go to Fulham West Ham yesterday? The wonderful friendly? Broken purpose. Yeah, it's literally going full on keylight. Not bad, just boring. Yeah, but that's not the same thing, is it? I'd argue the Premier League can be pretty boring sometimes. It doesn't make it less of a good league in terms of its actual quality. Don't go mind. I would never put the... Well, look at the state of this. I feel like I'm in a bloody... Like, a sunbed. Pete Dave Tenor, thank you so much for the 7 months. Good morning, my friend. Hope you're well today. Oh, dear. For friend is beyond my... Was it really 20 quid? That's mad. Maybe he does. I feel like Thijs Vries is the type. I agree. Oh, I should probably actually pick a team because that's the completely different lineup for last time. We actually want to go back to our first team because we don't have any more European games in the meantime. We will have one eventually. I feel like I need to keep Sagdal on the bench. Oh, Bohemians. Yes, my bad. Thank you for reminding me. Is this Praha? Yeah. Yeah, that's it, Matt. Bohemians. Okay. So, big question. And you know what question's coming here, right? Why the kangaroo? Melbourne victory. Yes, I saw those things from yesterday. Interesting times in the A-League. Why kangaroo is my question. Stevie O Joe. Thank you very much for the follow. Why does a kangaroo have a... I'm sorry. You cannot be criticising the bunda on a kangaroo. Like, because maybe he squats, Black Arrow. Maybe he's a thick kangaroo, you know? I'm just saying. Oh, it's an article about it. Why do a club from Prague have a kangaroo on their quest? Did this need a full article? Can we not just have like a... Okay, is there a TLDR on this? Like, Jesus, like, we get it, The Guardian. You've got lots of words to say here, but could you maybe just give me like one sentence? Because it'll be something like Kangaroo got that Pixar mama. Bano, thank you for the 3 months.
I think they just like kangaroos.
1927 tour of Australia. Bang. Could have been one sentence and didn't need a full article. I appreciate that. Thank you. I love that they chose to put it on their badge, though. That's hugely awesome, honestly. That's so sick. Taking the British spelling of the name. That's awesome. Breezy's broke this week too. Yeah, I'm just going to get a key light, I think. It's unfortunate, but it will at least allow me to link it in with my Stream Deck and all the other stuff on stream. So Plus, like I said earlier, I don't actually need a ring light anymore. The only reason I got a ring light initially is because I had nowhere to put the camera, and the camera was mounted in the middle of it. But obviously now the camera's here, so it's not such a big deal. What was I looking up this time? Oh yeah, Samuel Ricci. I feel like I've looked him up before. It's Christina's brother. Took some kangaroos home. Wait, do they actually? No. Don't believe what you read on the internet, Matt. Especially not in your own chat. It's a travesty, I tell thee. Bougie bitch. Both of these things can be true. I'm just saying. I watched a Hallmark movie yesterday. David Havlin is... Wait, he actually did. That's mental. Okay, now I wish I had read the... I might actually read the full article later now. Made the journey interesting. Imagine that. Just on like... Presumably it would have been a ship because it's 1927. Just cutting about with a football team and some kangaroos. Hey, Jason. I'm excellent, my friend. How are you? Oh, you sent me a Discord message. Let's have a little look. Oh, yeah, there's these message request things now, right? They donated them to a zoo. I love that they just got them home in one piece for a start. That alone is amazing. Where's me think? There we go. Played and got. What, to be fair, they'd be great coming up for corners. If you think about it. Think of the jumping reach on a kangaroo, right? Also, just the pure violence. Los Santos. That's the one. The guy from Racing Club. Tendency to punch. 21. Right, I'm glad you mentioned that, El Destructor, because that's what I was actually getting to when I mentioned the whole Hallmark movie. So, it's time. I need to do like a proper jingle for this at some point. It's time for Matt's Book Club. So, where we left off last time, I'd read a couple of chapters of a book called The Christmas Train, which was... I suspected anyway, as we found out on stream, that it was very Hallmarky. And it was indeed very, very Hallmarky, but it was written by a crime writer. Oh, yeah. You're right. Sorry. My apologies. Look at the state of this backdrop, by the way. Written by a crime writer, and at the end of the day, the book was fine. It was vanilla, inoffensive. It was like a 3 out of 5 stars, because nothing really happened. It's Christmas Train, whatever. So... get to like 99% of the book, and then at the end he throws in 2 absolutely batshit twists that had no place in a book of this nature. Like, absolutely no place in it. I'm not going to spoil it because it took me from a 3 to a 4 just because they were the balls on the man to put that type of stuff in a book of that nature. So then I banged through like 200 pages of this yesterday because Pog was going to a work event last night, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to watch the movie of this as well. The Hallmark movie starring Dermot Mulroney and Kimberly Williams Paisley. It also has Danny Glover and Joan Cusack in it, amazingly. And somehow the movie's even worse. Hallmark went, we see that there's this really vanilla book, but we don't feel like we feel like it's too offensive for us. So they turned down a lot. They've like toned down even the tiniest things in the book that were even slightly risky, which they weren't. Things like an avalanche hitting a train became, there's some snow on the track. Do you know, that kind of shit. So yeah, would not recommend probably, but then it's fine because I've moved on to a new book. I started reading a book called Never by Ken Follett. It's 800 pages long. Don't expect me to have this one finished anytime soon. I knocked out 170 pages of it last night, but it's fantastic. I've never read a Ken Follett book before. I've heard they're good. My dad always recommended him to me. It's amazing. It's his storytelling, like the Joan Cusack, yes, from, well, School of Rock in my man. Right, it's all right. That man, never going to finish it. Oh, no, for sure. I knocked that out in like a week. It's just, it's very, very long, but it's just so well constructed. I'm like nearly 200 pages in, and I feel like he's still setting up the plot. Do you know what I mean? And I'm fine with that because it's such engaging writing. So yeah, so far, really enjoying it. Brother did better. Yeah, but she was in School of Rock, so there's that. I suspect that would be like, yeah, I think a lot of authors do that, Johnny. But this is the first one of his I've read, so. Oh, the interim anthology story currently surrounds a robotic dog. That's where we're at on the Sequoia Nagamatsu book. The latest one was about a robotic dog. I'm not sure what that has to do with the global ancient pathogen. I wish I could tell you, but that's where we're at right now. Tasky? What's Tasky? Am I glitching? Oh, it should be alright. Right, Kishvada, let's do it. Yeah, I've heard Matthew Perry's biography is actually really good. Big Tree has gone off the rails. Oh, Tasky the robotic dog. Wait, is that what it's called? I think it's called Arky or something. I don't know. Yeah, that one's still sort of plumbing away, but it's going to be a while before I revisit that because even I struggle to get through 800 pages that quickly. And I had a lot of time to read yesterday, so that's why I was so deep into it already because I had nothing else to do. Yellow bands for big matches. What do you mean? FFC down with the 50 bits.
My girlfriend's family are very religious. The first time I went over to stay, her dad wouldn't let us sleep together, which is a shame, because he's very attractive.
Huge fan of dad joke time. As one I saw the other day, it was like a weasel walks into a bar. The barman says to the weasel, what can I get you? And the weasel says, damn it! I fucked the joke up. The joke up. Pop goes the weasel. God damn it. I can't do it. Oh, dear. Ignore me. This is what happens when I try. Oh, the Tommy Cooper jokes. I like a good dad joke. Rest players if needed before small matches, before big matches. Wow, I never thought of doing that. Like, we just had our entire first team rested for the last game because it was a cup game. These are like the sort of tips you get in the menu bar at the top of FM. Things like, a yellow card means a player will not be available for the next match if they get 2 of them. It's like, thanks FM, I'm aware. It's like, it would be like, a player with the most goals is called the top goal scorer. And stuff like that. That would never work in football. Well, to be fair, if soon they get their way and the football just never stops, every squad's going to have to be the size of like a baseball team. The weasel says, damn it, what a punchline. I know. It is Maureen, yes. You know I don't care about stuff like that anyway. There's only a few times where that sort of stuff's actually annoying. It's like when we were in that final that time. It's a good choice for corners, isn't it? Oh. If a player gets a second in a card, their ring light dies midstream. That is very true. It's called shit. Oh. The tips. Oh, what did the... yeah, I haven't actually seen that yet. What can you like... What were some of the tips that it gave? I also know for a fact that book is not going to be online much longer. Did it actually downstream? It did, yes. I don't know if anyone clipped it. It's right at the start of stream. You'll be able to tell because I go from really well lit to dark. Like, completely... You can't see my face dark. I'm going to have to go back and find it because it's definitely going in the recap. Also, as things stand, we're going top. And Regan Booty's Paxi boys might be doing us a favour. Emu with 100 bits.
I'm really obsessive when it comes to music and will always listen to songs on repeat. I have been listening to Wonderwall non-stop lately. My wife asked if I was ever going to turn it off. I said maybe.
I said maybe. Oh dear. It's good. It's good. Yeah, no, I was still full screen. It was during the intro segment of the stream. I was still full screen. Yeah, we rotated for the last game. It wasn't even like a rotation. It was more just because I knew we were playing a third tier side. I figured give some of the youngsters a chance to play, and we still won. Oh, the dad jokes never left us. We've been doing dad jokes before. We were doing like dad jokes before they even had kids. Copy and paste from those random hints. Oh, really? Oh, the shit thing is though, people would have actually bought that probably, you know. I was thinking about making a video just called "So You Got FM for Christmas," and it was just like a load of really beginner tips, but not like tips so much, just things like, don't worry about this, like that's fine, you'll be all right, like don't be overwhelmed by this, that, and the other. Screw it. Let's get Novak in again. Let's do it. Order the suit because you got to roll with it. Scan of scans it. Really? Bad. I think that it's like basically they have to put some tips in there. And some of them are actually genuinely useful if you're a new player. But it's almost like there's like a quota to fill with them. And they're like, right, we need 100 tips here just to fill this out. So it's not the same ones all the time. And once they get to like 50 and they've kind of used up all the good ones, they're like, what do we do here? It's like players with good heading win headers and stuff like that. Mid-intro would have been... Actually, to be fair, I nailed the intro, which is why I should have known that something was about to go wrong. From South Florida. Wow, it must be really early, Crixie. Point... Well, you have 6 players in danger of a ban in next game's Ferret Virus. It could bite. Yeah, it could. But, I mean, hey, look. You can micromanage your team all you want. You're going to get bans at some point with the tactic we play. It is what it is. I'm not going to drop players for them to not going to get a ban against Ferret Virus. We have a squad for a reason, you know? Basically... If I'm streaming, I simply do not have the time to pay attention to things in the minutiae at that level. It's just not a feasibility for me. Also, we haven't got any yellow cards other than Kapralik so far, and I can't imagine he was one of the guys that was in danger of a ban. And even if he is, we've got like 3 other strikers, 3 other wide men to bring in. Yes, Bearded Child. I was actually going to ask chat exactly for that. Tip in the game. People are going to put that. Oh, mate. That'd be perfect. It's sunny. I actually don't know what the weather's like. It was pretty nasty out there earlier. So we got through the game. 1 yellow card for Kapralik, and we all good. Lovely news. So with good... No, I actually have seen that one. Ferret Virus drew. So we're now officially top again, right? Nice. I reckon Regan Booty got the assist for that. That's my prediction. It doesn't really matter, does it? There we go. Dark mode activated. I'm curious about this now. All clubs to always amateur. Hello. So, in a fun turn of events, it turns out my giant ring light has just died. Good times. Oh dear. Can't help my equipment breaking. Original Inside 4. Yeah, no, I mean, I'd been reading it at the time. I'd just finished that book about all the famous Hungarian players. Why did you say hello? Why not? I was hoping the light might turn back on if I was really nice to it. Oh, we were a fan. We did a fan day. Nice. Yeah, I'll definitely be getting a bit of light humor exactly. It's just, how much are Elgato ring lights going for at the moment? Probably way more than they should be, but that's just Elgato products, isn't it? Just backup ring light. I don't know. It's like an LED. It's like bizarre. Which book's that? Wait, what? Which book's what? Is the chat delayed? Okay, so now we've got an 8-day rest, which is perfect. 108? Really? Jesus Christ. That's really expensive. Like, unnecessarily expensive. Oh, the book mentioned... Oh, the book... Sorry, yes, which book's that? Yes, it was called for the Dalais. Not to my knowledge, no. It was about, like, the foundations of Hungarian football throughout the 1920s, 30s, up till sort of the 1950s, I believe. Yeah, it's called The Names Heard Long Ago. It's by Jonathan Wilson. I would recommend it. It's a bit dry, but then I felt like all of his books are. But I got through it. And there were some definitely interesting parts of it. It's in the shape of a circle. Is it? I thought the Elgato ones were, like, square. Hit me on the top of my head. I got my shelf to blame. To be honest, like, my head sometimes is right underneath that shelf, and every time Pog's, like, rummaging around up there, I do expect her to drop, like, a perfume bottle sitting in a heat map. So you can see where I moved around. Obviously. You're a square. Damn right. Youth Intake Preview. This is the preview, which is why we're a little bit, like, perturbed by it, because it says excellent Youth Intake, but only one A-rated player in it. Playing for the geometry. Yeah, that's quite a lot. I might have to look into other options then. Because the tree was only here as of today. It's the saddest looking Christmas tree ever. I haven't read... No, I've barely ever got through about... I think it's the first Jonathan Wilson book I've actually managed to get through. And that was just because I had such an interest in Hungary. Advice for giving a speech. How long's the speech and what's it about? That actually does matter for me. I feel like a short speech, it's like, obviously you want to try to have things memorized if you can, because it helps to, like, I've given, not speeches, but like done presentations in the past, and I feel like that's quite important. You want to be able to, oh god, here we go. Farish won, but also went out. So £89 on Amazon. Oh, that's fine then. Where was this 200 quid? Oh, mini. That'll be all right. They're out, but at least they got some points, right? It's still coefficient. So that should take us to 7.8 points for the year. We're closing in on... Oh, Croatia have gone back above us again now. God damn it. But we're getting much, much closer to the likes of Serbia, Sweden, all these guys, basically. Conference League draw. It should be very soon, because they've just finished that round. 20 minutes. End of year report for this charity I volunteer to with the trustees. Ooh. It's interesting you have to give a speech like that, rather than just like a presentation, but... 190 quid. That's fucking obscene. Like, Elgato do make some good products, but their price points are fucking absurd. Oh, here we go. Right. So there's only 89 quid for the mini. I probably don't need a big one, honestly. It's just enough that I can light myself from that, because I want to actually get like a hair light as well at some point, but that's just not really needed for at the moment. So we got, who have we got? I reckon anyone except Villa or Feyenoord, although we did get an alright result against Feyenoord, and we're probably... Mainz would be quite tough too. But everyone else I feel like we could take. Also, I love how we don't... It's the round of 16, but we don't get the fancy draw. Round of 16 in the Conference League, no fancy draw. But we got it for the 5th round of the Magyar Cup. Let's have a look at this one. Wait, hang on. That's just a fucking... That's 90 quid for a light panel. That's obscene. I thought it was at least going to have, like... Wow. Yeah, I might have to look into alternatives. Elgato's prices are genuinely shameful sometimes. 190 with a pole, so I have to pay 20 quid for a pole. I could literally just take this light off and put it on the tripod behind this thing, probably. I think I've already got the pole. Right, let's do it. Celta Vigo would be quite tough. Okay, so Dnipro's out, annoyingly. Levski, I'd take a bit of Levski. Yes! You know what? Levski Sofia, that's fine. It'd be even better if Villa could draw against one of the big boys. Wolfsburg are young boys, okay. Servette versus Mainz, okay. Oh, there's still a chance of Villa versus Feyenoord. That's what I really want to see. Oh, hello. Oh, go on. Give me Villa versus Feyenoord. Oh, that would have been amazing. A Villa Feyenoord round there would have been perfect, because I think they're the two strongest sides in the tournament left. But Levski Sofia is fine. I think we can get through that. We should really be getting through that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the draws. Well, the team was just horrible and kept casting me out. I kind of played it off. One geezer... Squeezing the butt off Jesus. Red card, and then the victim kicked the knob in the shin, so we also got a red. That's kind of shit, Thomas. This is why people, particularly younger people, are not bothering to do refereeing stuff, isn't it? Because why would you want to do that? Why would you want to be in that position? We could probably... Same side of the... I don't think there is a same side of the draw. As far as I'm aware, that draw is... Once you get to that point, it's completely random. Oh, wait, no, they're not. No, you're right. Actually, it isn't random, is it? Because it's got the teams that qualified from the last round, I think, all go on one side. It's weird that it didn't say so. But I think that's how it works. You're right. Well, it'd be an easy way to figure out. We could just look at, like, the teams that got through. So Levski were one of the teams who got Ammonia, Aruka, Wolfsburg, Servette, and then if... Yeah, that definitely is the way it works. Freddie, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Thomas. That's not great. Painted technical errors from... No? Is that a thing? Unfortunately, that link is broken because Twitch, for some reason, doesn't like links with certain characters in them, and it breaks the hyperlink for some reason. I don't know why. Usually it's commas that gets it, but... so, cup there between... Oh, this will decide who we play in the next round. And, of course, it's Ferencváros. It's always Ferencváros. Alright. So, this here, this is what they... This was the fruit of our labour. The recruitment focus that found the 21 recommendations. Wait, oh, don't tell me it recommended all 21 of them. That is... Bear in mind, this was specifically set up, not for loans, for transfers. Not transfers and loans, transfers. Transfer. Not transfer and loan, transfer type. Transfer. As if I'm signing a player for 30 fucking million quid. Unless his contract's up or something. Nope. And that in a nutshell is why I don't use recruitment focuses. Because they are completely fucking broken. These are not reasonable transfers. Mousehund. I like the name Mousehund is a great name. For sure. Non-cursed link. Bear in mind, I'm not actually specifically looking for a ring light. If anything, if I was going to get a ring light, I'd just get another one of the ones I've already got, and they're cheaper than this. The only reason I have a ring light is because at the time it was like it made sense, but now I don't actually need one. I just need a light. So is anyone in here that's actually even useful? Because they're all at clubs that we can't afford to buy from. £4 million, £7 million. What is even the point in recruitment focuses? But yeah, that's why I don't use them. It's part of the skin con, man. If you don't have this skin, then you literally won't be able to actually a bright link in... Yeah, oh. Let's have a look. Yeah, bear in mind, like I said, though, I'm not looking specifically at ring lights. It doesn't have to be a ring light. But yeah, it's part of the skin. You can just bookmark stuff and have them appear down here. So, also, why is it that when... Hang on. I just want to test something here. So if I go on a player's profile, and I go back... I promised myself I wouldn't complain as much anymore, but like it's just little things, right? Like, if I'm on this recruitment focus here, which I'm set to, I'm looking at these players, and I click on one of their profiles, right? If I then return from that, it goes to the active page, which is 3 pages back from where I was for no reason. Just, come on. This is a brand new feature. It would have been tested, surely. No? But, all right. Yeah, these players are all useless to us. First things first, all of these guys are 19. So we said 15 to 18. Now, presumably, they were all... hang on. He's 19 in 5 days, and he's 19. Does that mean he's, like, dead on 19? Yes. Oh, my Lord. So they're all now too old for what we were looking at. Do we have good scouts? Yes. Well, fairly good scouts, but... There's having good scouts, and then there's people that can follow basic instructions. And to me, you shouldn't need to have 2020 on your scouts for them to not bring you players that are completely out of the range of any of the things that you set for your recruitment focus. You know? They were the right age at the start, yeah, which is fair, but it's also like, to me... Okay, actually, this is a good point. I feel like this is a point that needs to be made here. You know how it's... Also, why don't we have any near matches? You're telling me there was 21 players that fit this perfectly, but none that were kind of close to it. You should always have, to me, more players that are near matches than are recommendations, because if you're looking at one thing, the chances of something meeting that requirement are fairly slim, but there's more chance of things being near to that requirement. So it's weird that there's no near matches either. That's broken again. But I pointed this out when I was at SI. This exact thing here, how the recommendations, there was more recommendations than there were near matches. But what I would also say is, once they turn 19, they no longer fit the requirements that I set, which means they should no longer be valuable as a recommendation. They should count as a near match at that point, no? That's how I would make sense of that. Also, I feel like near matches should also include things like transfer fee. So he should be in near matches because he maybe meets a lot of requirements, but actually, you know, the transfer fee is what holds him back. Fair enough. It just seems utterly broken. I don't think any of these players are actionable for us. The cheapest one is this guy here, but he's at Chelsea, so he's not actually worth that amount. If you tried to put a bid in, they'd want like 10 million. Upcoming games. Do you know what? It might well. For all we know, that might be the other meaning that we just weren't aware of. Swedish chappie here, Simin Jovanovski. I mean, he's good, but these aren't players we can work. So I'm going to play them. You used to be able to launch scouting requirements. Like scouting focuses off of a player's profile. Yeah, if I remember, back in the day. Near a box of matches. So that was utterly pointless. But what I am going to do is restart it, because I'm very curious to see how this goes. The reason I did it, I just wanted to prove how pointless and utterly broken it is in the game, and that it should not be a feature. Or it's not a feature, is it? It's a hindrance. But I just wanted to see if it would actually... I thought maybe they'd make some tweaks to it or something that made it work. But no. But that's fine. We move. We've got our own scouting methods, thankfully. But I do feel sorry for people that have to rely on it, you know? I don't think it can't be a great experience for a new player, potentially. Because they'll just be sat there going, what are these? Why are they not even close to what I was... Yeah. The first round, is that really true? Did they change that then? We'll send you home. It's your first FM, Crixie. Nice. What are you thinking of it then? Hang on, what? RF focus is 2 focuses. Here's another thought. If I restart a focus, it would be just awesome if you don't bring me players that were in the previous iteration of the same identical focus. By restarting, I'm kind of saying, hey, maybe find me some more. I cannot recommend it as a feature to anyone at all. Do your own manual scouting. You'll find players way quicker. Remove recruitment focuses. Your scouts will spend more time looking at actual players instead of doing that shit, and you'll find better players. But, all right, so here's the point, though. The 2 players that we signed in January that my scout, or technically my head of youth development, no, my DOF brought to me, are better by every metric than any of the players in that. Also, quick question. Why, in that recruitment focus, where is it? Why is every player 18 or over? When I said 15 to 18. So why has it only brought me players that are 18 or over? Are they seriously telling me that there's not a single player that met these requirements that was between the ages of 15 and 18? Strange one. Yeah, agents, great. Free trials, great. 50 in progress. Oh, good lord. Let's see. Did it really say 50 in progress? It did. Hey, look. They found some 15-year-olds. They found some 17-year-olds. Well, like 3 of them. Or near match. Well, yeah, indeed. Well, the near match thing is utterly broken as well. Yeah. Like I said, I don't want to complain about things too much, but I also feel like it's important to point stuff out like that when you find little things that just... I feel like it can work, but it feels like a half-finished features. It feels like a feature that was supposed to be for FN24. Want to sign under and up to 18, scout up to 17-year-olds. Okay, cool. But if I set my focus between 18 and 15... Believe it or not, 17, 15, and 16 are also included in that range. Ergo, you should receive players within that range. No? I'm not saying I'm specifically looking for that. I'm saying that it doesn't work properly. That's my point. That's the point I was making. I was trying to prove that it's broken and doesn't work properly. I know that if I wanted to specifically see 17-year-old players, then I could look specifically at the 17-year-old players. But my point is that if you get a range of players, it should feature players within that range. But yeah, it does feel like it was maybe something that was supposed to be in a future game and it got rushed up, perhaps. Life is unfair. But it doesn't have to be, my point. It doesn't need to be, not in this scenario. I want to continue my development. It could be. But as we know, that isn't the case, as we literally signed 2 17-year-old players on the last stream. No, 3 17-year-old players on the last stream. None of which would have shown up in these youth recruitment reports. But I'm very curious to see what they bring us this time around. Anyway. Yes, Sagdal. I feel like I've been a bit sorry for Mailton because he's been thrown back down the pecking order a little bit. And I'm also going to crack out Endrick on the bench. Your internet cut out. Nope. Other than... What? Sorry. I just saw a guy called Connor Knob and was like, what? Obviously that's Nosh, isn't it? Hang on, he's Irish. That's kind of sick. Born in Dusseldorf. As if he speaks Irish. Maybe he does. I don't know. But man was born in Dusseldorf. Clearly has lived in Germany his entire career and played there the entire time. Why would he speak fluent Irish? Or like good Irish? Maybe his parents, I guess. But that feels like one of those weird FM quirks, I suppose. That's kind of sick, though. I guess, but it's FM, innit? Like, why even bother then? Must be a boy racer, innit? Yeah, we'll rest out Radulich for this one. Not that he needs much of a rest, actually. But we've got Ferenc Varos in 3 days, so might be best. There's Mike's training schedules in the Steam Workshop with ton... Okay. I tend to be a bit distrustworthy of Steam Workshop stuff a lot of the time just because I feel like it's... Then again, maybe I'm just being an elitist. I'll have a look. To be honest, they can't be worse than what we currently have, which is nothing, right? So I'll definitely take a look after stream. In fact, I need to make a note of that somewhere. Otherwise, I will literally just forget. Oh, Molfehavar have got Xavi Simons in their team as well. Like, they've got some really good players. They've got Felix Paslak at right back, although I think he's there in real life, isn't he? Nope, no, he's not. Why are Molfehavar not doing way better than they are? Their squad is actually ridiculous. They've also got Emiliano Gonzalez, another one of the guys I trialed on the bench. Just as well this isn't the Europa Conference League, otherwise every time I do that, it's just going to throw the music out. Alfie Mawson as well. I like him what Molfehavar are up to. This is an RDF household, indeed. We stan RDF. Yep, cool. Don't get me wrong as well about the scouting recruitment focus things. I actually think that it could be a really cool feature if it's done correctly. If it, like, works as intended, I suppose. But if it does work as intended, then obviously it's not a good feature because, yeah, but still. It doesn't bother me that much, really, because we can just avoid using it. It's one of those things I might look into with, like, every update to the game to see if it's, like, been patched in some way. He's probably wanted to stay. Oh. Well, that sucks for him, because clearly he's found himself a nice little mission out to Hungary. Extra... I refuse to believe it, Saz. It's not the 25th, damn it. Yeah, no, it'll be Thursday, so the 22nd. Let me just check my calendar. Yeah, so the last stream before Christmas will be Thursday. That's when we're going to do... It'll probably be, based on the way I'm looking here, it'll be transfer window. Oh, hello, Aspria's through. Lovely finish. And obviously, Christmas quiz. I feel like the squad planner, again, had so much potential. You remember what I said about no Christmas stream? Like, before we actually knew what it was going to entail, you remember what I said about it and all the things I thought it might be cool if it did. But also, I cautioned at the time that it would definitely not do any of those things and it would be fluff. And that's sadly how it turned out. But, you know, it is what it is. If you didn't find a game-breaking bug, you'd never... to be fair, none of this stuff is game-breaking. It's just... It's little QOL things, right? Like, for example, when I'm on that player profile and I click back to go off of it and it takes me back 3 menus for no reason. So it takes you out of the recruitment focuses you've got selected and then off of the recruitment page entirely. It's just the little tiny stuff like that that feels like the player would appreciate not being a thing. Because that has to have gone through QA. Surely someone would have flagged that. And surely that is as simple as creating like a statement on that profile page, basically being like, you know, if you travel to this page from X, then return to X. Rather than return to Z, you know? I know it's not as simple as that, but from a pseudo-coding level. The squad plan, I just don't use it. It doesn't offer me anything that I need to use. It's made the squad depth thing harder to use. LB1 Kenobi, thank you so much for the prime. I've gone all blue. Da-ba-dee-da-ba-die. Thank you very much, my friend. Super kind of you. Hope you're having a lovely Sundat. C. Lamborn, thank you very much for the follow as well.
A train coming anytime soon?
Super nice.
Yes,
if you have enjoyed today's stream and you're new, drop
They
a
are
follow.
building it now.
I would appreciate that. I promise my lighting will be better next time. Actually, it might not be. Because it depends on how long it takes to actually get another light. I suspect that, yeah, that's probably part of the issue. I shouldn't put that on QA because I suspect, as you say, if we're easily finding this stuff classic, just very, very simply, right? They're never not finding it. Of course they're finding it. My suspicion is that they're flagging it to people and then they are triaging those fixes on the lowest end of the spectrum beyond some other stuff that they would consider more important. But the problem is, I would be curious to know how that sort of breaks down, you know? There was no cheese. No cheese. You went all the way to the farmer's market and there was no cheese counter. I realised you going all the way to the farmer's market was you walking 300 yards, but still. That's catastrophic behaviour. You're back so soon. Sinisa Mihailovic. What happened to Sinisa Mihailovic? Did he pass away? Yes, actually, Papa. Yes. Saz has already worked on that and it's going to be coming out, I believe, in the latest skin update. I don't want to speak for him, but I believe that's what's happening. So yes, the squad depth thing will be back properly. The Greek counter sold some cheese, so Polka got some chili halloumi the other day, which she's very excited about. Oh, that's horrible. Sinisa Mihailovic, I mean, he was a Crvena Zvezda legend, wasn't he? Just what a player as well. That's awful. Being shiny new players. Oh, you know it's that because that's marketing, isn't it? Chili cheese Christmas. Hell yeah. Some of the things that Saz has showed me that aren't in the skin, but like for example, the thing earlier that Saz worked on where it would be like the sidebar bit, so that on the schedule page you could have it so that it shows all the match stats on the sidebar. But like, so the back end bit works where he's actually built the the front end bit. But the problem is because in order to show those stats, the game has to load the match information, and it can't do that from that screen. But that's not Saz's fault. Like he's set up everything perfectly, but he just won't. The thing is, Garden Peas, if they were, say that they did hypothetically, he wouldn't be allowed to do stuff like that anyway. He'd just be put into the same system that's causing the problems as they are, where they'd be fixing and making stuff that nobody actually needs. Because they don't get to make those decisions, really. That's not how that works. Because fixing existing bugs doesn't sell new games to new consumers because they don't know those bugs are there to begin with. Which is understandable. Kevin Riel, thank you very much for the follow. And we stay top, which is nice. I still feel like Fehervar, I could really do with them getting into Europe this year. Zalaga Segi, maybe not. Oh, looks like Debrecen might have won a game. Yeah, that's the thing. Whereas a modder can focus solely on one specific thing and do wonderful things. I mean, some of the stuff that Saz has done is incredible. We've got 11 games left in the league, but obviously we've got Europe to go as well. And we're getting very close to potentially some youth intakiness. Potential new buyers. Oh, of course. Yeah, I mean, put it this way. If those things weren't in it, I wouldn't be speaking about them. And it might... I don't know if I've ever put anyone off of buying the game. I'd like to think I would have convinced someone. I still feel like I think I would have probably still had a net benefit to them in the sense that I feel like I would have convinced more people to buy the game over my years of doing this than convince them not to. Yes, I think the base skin, I wouldn't want to see a lot of that stuff in the base skin. I don't think it needs to be because, I mean, but wouldn't it be, all right, here's a compromise that would be kind of sick. Would be if there was a base skin and like a base skin advanced. So, but it was built into the game. So your base one, which was the normal one, lacked a lot of this stuff because an average player that's new to the game doesn't need to be overwhelmed with all this stuff, right? But it'd be cool if you could just basically tick a box that says average game plus or base skin advanced. And it would provide this sort of stuff on there too. Without having to sort of, yeah. Out of the hands. Oh yeah, but that's the same at any company. I feel like it's not their sort of, hidden short reply. Okay, sure. No problem. Hang on. How can I phrase this without having to actually... What I would say, Saz, is whatever you think is best. Please don't try to benefit me over other people. If you're not... Do you know what I mean? As in, I'm not bothered either way, if that makes sense. Like, I'm quite happy to... Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't want to be like put to the head of the queue or anything for anything like that, you know? Mid-game. What, so you get a yellow ban and then it just goes, nope, you're off. You get to sit out the rest of the match. And I know what I'm looking at, but yeah. But I feel like a lot of FM could be improved with like more toggleable settings at the start of a game. You know when you get those boxes you can tick where it's like disable attribute masking? I want to see more modifiers that can be switched down there. Like, you know when you start like a Paradox game, there's a lot of things you can mess with, and I think that could make a lot more flexibility in saves. Because that way it would stop people going things like, well, this is going to ruin my experience, but then turn it off. Like, but I feel like that would actually make a lot more work because you'd have to have so many different balancing mechanisms to make that work. Download like the editor, but for free. There's free editors out there, I think. I just don't know how well they work. You can get a touchline ban, yeah. Multiplayer training praise. I believe that would be really cool, actually, yeah. Because it's such a great way of getting morale up. What they do to make games and just complaints. I think that, generally speaking, with stuff like that, you either have to be 100% transparent or 100% Loctite, because the moment you give away a little bit, it's... I've completed a report on this month's mentoring. Enrique Pereira has managed to develop a new trait, place his shots. Bear in mind, as always, this player is not in a mentoring group. So far, when we had mentoring groups, which we don't anymore, none of the players in those groups actually got any traits or mentoring. Only players outside of them. That'd be so cool. Make long-term build. Oh, I mean, I think that would be very, very tough to balance, of course. But even stuff like flavor events. One call away from a suspension receives it in a game. The manager can choose if they will miss the remainder of the current game. Oh, that's kind of sick, actually. Prayer in one, though. Bear in mind, though, we don't have any at the moment. And you're right, he might have been in one, but he hasn't been in one for at least 4 months. Because I think it was 2 streams ago that we got rid of them. Mentoring. That's pretty much... Are we just going to say that? Just mentoring every time we get one of those reports? Because I'm totally on board with that. Hang on. What? C? Sorry. Develop players using the club's youth system. Too few youngsters report... I mean, respectfully, the board, they're not old enough and good enough yet. And I feel like we have been blooding quite a lot of youngsters. Imagine if we got sacked because we didn't bring through enough youth players that was completely out of our control. Loan deals finances. Wait. Oh, wait. They're not going to start kicking shit up about that, are they? Loan out Regan Booty. But they're paying his wages, right? Hang on. Let me just go to performance transfer activity. And then transfers out. Wait. Very unhappy about the decision to loan him out. Feel he could have demanded a loan fee. So basically, they're going to shit the bed every time we loan a player out. But we have no choice but to loan the players out because... Also, didn't some of these guys have loan fees? That's going to be a thing that's going to really be a problem. That's going to mean, basically, later down the line, just put a small loan fee. They won't do it. The clubs won't bid on the players if you do that a lot of the time. So you're basically limiting the number of loans you get, and we can't afford to do that. Well, we certainly can't afford to later. We can now. It's like they've actually broken something that didn't even need to be broken. Like, that was fine as it was. They didn't need to touch that, but... That's another one of those things. It's like, they do stuff like that, and it's like, you've chosen to break something rather than fix a thing. No, but it's nowhere near as bad. It was never that much of an effect. I swear. Last year, that was a thing. They would complain a little bit, but they would never actually get, like, actually upset about it. That's the sort of thing that, to me, when we've got, like, 80 players out on loan, is going to be us having, like, a D rating with the board, despite, like, winning the Champions League or some shit, you know? Have financial issues. It could be, honestly. It genuinely could be. But we'll see. You're right. It's a very small company. Small or medium? They're a medium company. I mean, like to me, a small games company has like single-digit employees. SI have hundreds. Yes, I think it might have something to do with the way that they changed. One thing that they did do, which was a really cool feature, and I genuinely like this. With the latest update, they changed the way that loan negotiations work, and now clubs will actually negotiate them. They won't just constantly say the same thing. Really like that. That they are not a small company. They have massive offices in an extremely affluent part of London with, I think, over 200 employees. They're not a massive games company either. We're not talking like your EAs on that. They're sort of a mid-sized company. They sort of operate out. They operate on a very different ecosystem to most game companies. Yeah, we'll get you off there. All right, so, I guess darkness-related... no, maybe not. Maybe weather-related puns. It's been mad lately. Give me them weather-related puns. Darkness kind of comes into that as well, I suppose. Back in a sec. One thing I will say, right, is the lack of a big light in my face is actually making this an extremely chill and comfortable stream for me because my eyes are no longer having to, like, fight against the light. Something like a Dylan Thomas poem. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Also, I went in the bathroom, I was like, hang on a minute, it's only 20 past 12? God, I feel like I've been live for ages, then I realised I started an hour early. Bale Force Wind. Ben Chilwell is solid. Exy Terrible Well. Twistern John. This is very, like, Muzak, isn't it? James Chilner. Like, the only reason it's a bit gash is that if you look at it full screen, the graininess, because I've had to turn the ISO on the camera up so high to actually, if I left it how it was, you literally wouldn't see a face, just a silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, Scaramouche. Can we play the goddamn match now? Right, let's do that. Harry Kane, it works. Was Wayne Rainey a motorbike racer? That does actually kind of sound about right, doesn't it? Yeah. As if I'd have any clue, you know? Great. Paul Fogba, good. Very good. I keep forgetting Ferenc Varos. Did I just call him Parents Varos? Do you think that all of Ferenc Varos's, like, junior affiliates always refer to them as Parents Varos? Because I would, definitely, in that situation. Claudio Ranieri. Stormhouse Muir, good. End. Why is my keeper unhappy? Oh, he's aggressive. Oh, God. Can keepers get sent off for violent conduct? I think we're about to find out. I always forget as well that Andriy Shevchenko is the manager. And there's that £1.4 million man they brought in. Oh. I like this jumper. It's comfortable. Oh, Dan, I'm going to be starting that group chat with you and a couple of other people to try and sort out the quiz for next week, if you're cool with that. I'll probably sort that out after stream. This is the game. It kind of is, actually. Because we really need to win. Oh, actually, no, we don't need to win. We just need to not lose. MTK Sex Pest. I don't think that's a weather pun. If we just don't lose this game, we're in prime position. But if we win, it's really on. And Die pulls it across. And it's a big save. We actually haven't. We did play Honved today, Johnny. We drew 0-0 and they had one shot on target in the whole game. And we smashed them but couldn't score. So we're still 6 for... We're 4-6-0 against them at the moment. We've yet to beat them, but we haven't lost to them this season either. Yet. Couple league. This is the league. Oh, after Holocaust's in. Come on, Bobby. What is that touch? Oh, my God. Yeah, literally. My voice would have to be garbled as well. Yeah, the fact that they had a shot on target and didn't score was a little bit weird. Maybe the times are changing. We're getting there, yeah. Maybe this season we'll draw against them in every game we play, and then next year we'll finally start beating them. That's my hope, anyway. It's a slow progress. How many top flight leagues have we won so far? None. This is only season 3, remember. We started in the second tier. We came second in the top flight last season in our first season up as a promoted side. And this year, we're once again back in the title race, which is all I really want to be. These first few seasons, I'm actually not that bothered about us winning the league. Obviously, it'd be nice. But I'm more concerned about getting ourselves financially stable in Europe as Abdur Holikov slots us in front. And Wushi now, he's not that much better, really. He had a hip injury and he's been out for, was it 4 months? So he's only just come back into the side since Christmas. And obviously, having that kind of injury at such a young age is really not great for a player's development. This would give us a 5-point gap. We'd actually start to be pulling away from them a little bit now, which would be massive. Pereira's ball in. Oh, damn it. Long-range banger. Wow, that is a just woeful first touch here. He's just going to get dribbled past. Yep, he's gone. Gavrich is off. God, Marquinhos has got speed. Right, let's play. Oh, no. And Dye's gone. Watch him get red carded for this, despite there being a player right next to him. Oh, wow. Okay, take that back. I was fully expecting a red card there for some reason. This might go in then. It has to, right? Why was that a highlight then? Since he didn't even give a yellow card, which he absolutely should have got. VAR coming. Oh, for sure. We do have VAR in this league, remember? It's another thing that's taken a little while getting used to because we never had that in the top flight in Ireland last year. We didn't have to worry about VAR, so everything was that bit faster as Optahola comes in again. It's 2-0 and Bobby has the 27th goal of the season already. There's still like 11 league games left and Europe still. Bobby could be on for a 40-goal season at this rate. I am now very glad that we extended his contract, even if it did cost us the earth. But this is a lovely pick out from Kapralik. First time, Bobby just love those types of goals. We've had an absolutely banging first half here. Yeah, extending his deal was a game changer for us. He can certainly carry us for the opening few seasons of this save, I feel like. Until such time as we start bringing in the real young stars, I feel like Bobby's going to be that sort of... bit like what Enoch Asante was for us at Treaty United, almost. I think Bobby's way better. Kapralik brought down, and whoa, that could have been a penalty, honestly. Not the championship. As in real life, do they have that as well, though? Typhoon Mings? Not in the Conference League group stage. That's a good point, yeah. But I suppose it's just because the Conference League group stage involves so many sort of disparate teams from all over the platform. Bobby is alternative Latinization. No. I don't even know what that means. Is that just like a different way of spelling his name? Because, yeah, it took me a while to get used to saying his name. Just, it's a fun name to say, though. Abdaholikov, the net office. 27 and 38, goddamn. Are you playing him up front, or are you playing him as like an AM? And Ferencvaros get back into the game. How good is Bobby? Very. Bobby Abdix... Oh, right, okay, that's very different. I guess because it's not... would have been written in Cyrillic. Hey, look, chat, their first shot on target. I guess there's multiple ways you can write him. But yeah, he's very good. Let me show you him. It's the speed combined with his finishing and composure. Good decision making too. His off the ball as well is phenomenal. He's just a very, very good striker. Really. Great consistency as well. He just ticks all the boxes for what I want out of a striker in this system. Actual playing time. Regular starter. What are you on about? You've played 28 games. Yeah, that's a little bit confusing. Obviously, these are friendly matches. Do they actually take friendly matches into account as well now? That's why star player contracts are a little bit silly. Because you can't even rest a player. Well, to be fair, he was already really good when we found him. So he hasn't actually really developed all that much, but he hasn't needed to because he was so good already. This might be a time for Vital, actually. I can't throw Novak into every one of these scenarios. Get Tavari in for a bit as well. Yeah, I don't think friendlies counted before, right? That seems like a new thing. It seems weird that a player would be upset about playing time in a friendly for pre-season. Especially when that friendly was for match fitness for players that weren't playing regularly. Umbrella Cardo? Good. Top 5 leagues. I don't know about that, but he's a very good player, for sure. Where's Endrick? I'll tell you where Endrick is. I think he's actually on our bench as Adrian Kapralik makes it 3-1. Did I put Endrick on the bench, chat? I always forget to. Oh, yeah, he's there. Yeah. I always forget to put on the bench. Berubs, he's just in the under-19 squad. He's not really seeing much development yet, but I think that will change if we can get some really good views, some really good training schedules sorted out for them, basically. He's got a long way to go, yeah. Yes. Wait, sorry, you meant Brazilian Endrick, right? We got a bad roll on him, basically. Because he has like a variable PA, you're not always going to get like a high-end Endrick every single time. Like, so ours had a really low like potential roll, really low current ability roll, as well as weirdly a really low age roll. Sorry, not really, a really high age roll essentially. So it's a bit of a strange one. But yeah, I honestly don't know what the fuss was about with him. We move. I have fun.
You see these?
995 is he? Well, apparently he is. I think it's just because of all the variations in FM. If they leave stuff blank in the editor, it just sort of assigns random stuff in. Then that's why when you see a player who's got loads of like zeros in their thing on the editor, they will assign random stuff to him. So you get like, yeah, you get random stuff. Oh, good. And oh, it's very good. Yeah, there's one for a laptop too.
Here's a fun fact.
Stuva and the Emergence. Thank you for the follow. The Emergence sounds like a metalcore band, and I'm here for it. I love your stuff. Look, by the way, I should stress, that's not just me, like, fucking with you. Like, that is Endrick. He's not, like... He's a late bloomer. Who's... The Who has taken Endrick replacement as the one who could go inside? Oh, it's got to be Ferris Bueller. Surely. That's the guy you want. Cracking player. We've actually finally beaten Ferris Farish as well, by the way, with a brace from Bobby. Although our second half was... Oh, you can't see. It was not ideal, I'll be honest. That. Or Jeff. Yeah, Jeff is actually the guy you want. That Jeff Hendrick guy from Palmeiras. He's great. Okay, so we're now 5 points clear. 17 clear of Salagasegi. That's awesome. Efficient. Exactly, yeah. We're a Eurosport house, damn it. The league is... I mean, it's ours to lose, certainly, because we've still got to probably play Honved in there somewhere, right? Yep. Just directly after... Oh, God, it's Levski in 4 days. We couldn't have rested players for Ferenc Farish. That game was so important. Can I sign a Christmas song? Oh, I don't know. The best I can do is Christian Sunday, which is where
Merry
you go to
Christmas
church.
in advance. Not
Danny!
been much in the streams lately. School has been killing me, but I hope everyone has a bloody lovely Christmas and a good New Year's.
You'll love to see it. Thank you, friendo, for the 28 months. Hope things are all right. We could have Christian Mong... Well, you don't want that. We don't want to offend people at this time of year, Kermade. That's just me during the seasonal times. I do like Christian Sunday as a name, though. Christian Andre Sunday. Interesting, Frog. I don't know. I've not really reached the point where I'm trying to sell players. Most of what I'm doing at the moment actually is trying not to sell players. So when it comes to me trying to sell players, I'll let you know. Hey, Stewie. What's with the mood lighting? So if you've just joined us, my ring light blew up at the start of stream. Clubs to always amateur. So that's a fun thing. I blew my ring out. Right, so if we actually get the Ether deck on the 9th, I swear to God. Kishvada doing alright again. Vasalagaseki also lost. You don't want a damage ring. Pretend to be stringing aside a volcano, maybe. I'm just feeling hot today, what can I say? Thank you, True Patch. It didn't do well, but thank you, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Put some cream on it. Nah, it'd be fine. I'll just sit on one of those, like, cushions, you know, with a little hole in the middle. I don't know what I'm talking about. Kekschmet looks to be coming back up again. Oh, God, I don't want our affiliates to be relegated. This year's Carol of Choice. To be fair, she's still got it. Oh, here we go. Recruitment focus update. You're ready. Are you ready, kids? This is going to be great, because it's going to be the same exact players from last time, isn't it? We haven't won the league yet. No, we came second in the league by a point in the second season after our promotion. We are in Europe this year, though, and we are in the knockouts of the Conference League, which is fun. We've got a couple of absolute banging players. No thanks to our scouts. Right. They've got a recommendation. Is it the same guy? Yes. So the 19 in progress. Hey, look. Look, they've ignored all of the 17-year-olds again. They've gone straight back to... That's interesting. They got rid of all of them. Fascinating. I am fascinated by how useless this is. It was like, you can't turn me on anymore. I'm going to find a real man. We've also got some fantastic youth players too, which is really nice. I'm hoping within the next couple of days to get a few more. Not just turn 18. They can't have all turned 18, surely. But then it still begs the question of if I set the thing between 15 and 18, why is there no 16-year-olds in there? Or like 11 days.
Do you know if there's
these are
coming anytime soon?
I don't think
very soon.
no, because there was a guy from Dundalk in there, wasn't there, that was like 17. They have excluded quite a lot of them as well. Vavui, thank you very much for the... Or Vavui, thank you very much for the follow. At the edge of 17. We should sign Stevie Nicks, then it'll all be fine. See if they've... At least they didn't include the Man United guy, but they have found a player from Arsenal for £17 million. I'm sure he'll get recommended. It's fascinating. I won't do it anymore after that, though, because I feel like me doing that is actually taking our scouts away from doing actual scouting. But yeah, I agree, Franco. It's utterly... I was trying to prove a point, and I think I've proved it now. Not interested in transfer. Maybe, but then we also signed 3 17-year-old players in the last window. So clearly they exist, and it's just odd that... Yeah. Wow, 6-5. That's a great result. To be fair, some of our best scouting this year has come from asking my Doff to find me players, and then my Doff also finding me players by himself too. What a guy. Oh god damn it. I forgot that it was fucking... We get this silly fucking draw for the Magyar Cup, but we don't get it for the Europa Conference League knockouts. Are we done now? Right, we're playing against Újpest. That's fine. Newspaper. Oh, the news page looks sick, doesn't it? It's so cool. Turns out I can gain reputation. I've gone from 800 at the start to... Wow. That's actually quite a lot of gain, but it also suggests just how low it was to begin with, right? Does he still upset everyone? I don't know, actually, Lulu. The only player that we've had that's sort of done that so far is our captain, and that would be weird, right? Yeah, I just think there's so many things about that Nobito that are just half finished and broken, and I don't think the actual... It's kind of like a scaffold of a feature that's missing the building, or like only has certain rooms built, and I think that that's like the electricity's not been run through to all the rooms yet. Yeah, the skin is looking sick, but you can also change stuff like that. Right, we move. Wrote stories based on FM using... Yeah, that was super easy to do. I did like an inspect element thing on the Sky Sports YouTube channel page for that Red Zone video, so I could change the like title of the Everton Chelsea thing and then make that comment with the Taint Goblin 69 thing. Right, here we go. What team do I actually want? Abduholikov, Pereira and Gom, Kapralik, Diaz and Qatar. That is a very good lineup. Although, where's Radlic? Yeah, I'd rather have Radlic than Bosancic just because of that height. Have we got the internet? We haven't. You're probably just in time, though, as it's been predicted. We've got a bet going, myself and Papa, about exactly which day it will come on. So I'm curious. 5-star potential because he didn't have a space in the squad plan. There you go. That's the squad planner coming in with the negative effects. Yeah, Jarju is kind of tired, but he's the captain, and I feel like at the moment he's fine. We'll get Bosancic on should he start to flag, which he will. Hey, Glorious. Oh, yeah, Krollis is on the bench. He's behind Bobby. Hey, face kicker. I send it home after 5 months. Jesus, where have you been? Boom, 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 boom. Okay, this is massive. Canada. Jesus, who are you managing? Oh. Oh, God, I just saw the referee. They got anyone interesting? Will Alves? No, Will Alves plays for Leicester in real life. He's a real player. The one I was more worried about was Adama. Bum, 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 bum. Paolo Valeri is about to fuck us. I didn't know that's what Paolo Valeri looked like. He's a lot younger than I remember, right? Yeah, there's no... Europa League doesn't... Sorry, Conference League doesn't have its own theme tune yet. But it will at some point, right? They have Ronaldo on the bench. God damn it, they do. It's fine. It's only Brazilian Ronaldo. Imagine if it was just Cristiano Ronaldo on the bench at like 40 years old. No prize money. Jesus. That's kind of shit. One of these days, I'm just going to drop Regan Booty's face on there and you just won't notice. Let's do it. Oh, so they're actually splitting these across different times as well. Hey, Chili Con Carnage. If we actually... This should be a winnable tie. I feel like we'll at the very least be able to compete and maybe take a few extra coefficient points if we were to go out. But I think we've got the strength to go through and go to the quarters, potentially. I mean, Ferencváros reached the quarterfinals of the Conference League in the first season of the save. And I feel like we're as good, if not better than they were then. So we should be able to be competitive. Maybe. You garden peas fan? Not really, no. I mean, I'm a fan of you. Take it. I mean, maybe. Wasn't he supposed to be going to like Saudi Arabia or something? I can't remember. We can have the Endrick and Ronaldo strike force. Oh, good ball whipped in, and Pereira scores. Levski 0, MTK 1. Enrique Pereira's 9th of the season. One thing he has done this season that I've really enjoyed is he's really upped the number of goals he's been scoring. Last year, both of the wide players were just not quite there. They were like right on the cusp of being good. But this year they've really upped their goal output, and I think we might have double digits out of both sides. That goes through everybody. We are the final Hungarian side left now. Yeah. Ferencváros got knocked out by PAOK in the knockout phase bit of the Europa League, but they still got there. Actually ended up coming 15th in their group, which, considering with 2 matches to go, they were sitting in 26th. They won away at Crystal Palace and away at Djurgården to get 4 wins from... They won 4 out of 8, which is way more than I expected. What a tackle from Ndai. Now we've got runners too. Don't lose the ball here. Good. Good. Yeah, don't give Arietta that kind of space. And we're in again with Pereira on the right-hand side this time. Pops it through for Bobby. Oh, filth. Absolute filth. 28th goal of the season from Abduholikov. We're 2-0 up in Bulgaria. It's happening. I'm sorry, Jinx. Because I work for idiots. So, of course, they realised I was reading books at night rather than working, so they reinstated my schedule. Damn it. That sucks. I'd love a job like that. Just reading books all the time. That was such a lovely goal. Pereira has been on it today. Hey, look at that. 2 shots on target, 2 goals. Look at us. Unfortunately, Bobby's got so many... He's already got quite a lot of Uzbek caps, and he's actually starting to play for them a bit more now, and I wonder if they've changed their manager. What things have changed your thinking on life? Chef. It made me go, yeah, pasta's real tasty, innit? And sometimes you need to know that. Makes your life that little bit better. Haven't got one in 10 years. So basically, Connor, the short answer is no. Actually, that's not true. We didn't get any good youth intakes for about we had a 15-year spell with top facilities, top recruitment, top everything, and an amazing head of youth development who did look like a homeless man, but that's not the point. He literally looked like Frank from Shameless. But we spent 15 years basically getting sod all, like nothing. And then, weirdly, within about 2... I think about season 29... Maybe, no, it was like season 27 and season 29. We did get 2 very good players. There was an Icelandic dude and a Serbian dude. Ironically, neither of them were Irish. We had Manuel Jizzy, and I think it was Gunnar Jonasson, who actually ended up being really good. But in the grand scheme of things, no, we just didn't get anything decent. And it took a long time. That was, ironically, we started getting good youth intakes when we got a really bad head of youth development. As in, we got a head of youth development who had something like... He did have really high working with youngsters, didn't he? But everything else about him was awful. I say that as if he's not our head of youth development here as well. Sorry, Emmett. Like, I was about to just play ED7 there just to make it up to him. We'll get Tavara in for a little bit. Maybe give Larkesh a little runny. Perfect. Yeah, I think in the 2 years we've had so far of youth intakes, we've probably already had better players at the moment. Hey, Gazman! So what I'm saying is, Connor, I apologise in advance and don't get your hopes up. Oh, go on. 3rd goal would potentially kill this. Oh, it's just wide. Emmett is absolutely goating this save too. Yeah, he's been fantastic. Both years, quality youth intakes. This year, I'm very, very excited. Our facilities are great, but bear in mind, with Treaty, we'd had amazing facilities from like season 9 of that save. And then for the next 20 years, proceeded to get nothing. Now, obviously, we'd improve. So a good player for us in that was still, they'd have to be very good. And we did still get a couple, but in that middle area, we got nothing. Treaty was just cursed in so many different ways. Yeah, it really was. With this one, almost... This save feels like the opposite of Treaty. It's like blessed in many ways. The clubs are doing what we want. We're getting good youth intakes. Yeah, youth intake will be today. As in today on stream. Had a Ballon d'Or winner. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had, like... Have I? I don't think I've ever had a player that's, like, that good. On the 12th, you reckon? Well, that's part of our bet, you see. Let's just see. If we can win this 2-0, 2-0 win away from home with real comfort would be pretty good. Oh, please don't give up a random goal here. Oh, that was close. All the nations we built. To be fair, there wouldn't be that many of them, really. Like Poland, there was Poland. I mean, I don't even really count the Denmark one because it only lasted like 3 seasons before I disappeared off into the shadow realm, much like Mike in someone's save, in Jinx's save. Okay, 2-0 victory. Celta Vigo only narrowly beat Dnipro. Osijek looked pretty solid, and Wolfsburger only. Oh, they're Austrian. I thought they were both Swiss for a side. Switzerland have actually got quite a few sides left. Haven't qualified for Europe, really? That's mad. Build Denmark with B67? Not really. That wasn't the plan. The Denmark one, the original building a nation was Midtjylland. What date the youth intake is? We should, yeah. Right. So coefficient, that should take us to 8, right? Not just 8, 8.3. In fact, we're actually catching Serbia now. We could overtake both. Oh, look how close we are to all of these. I wasn't expecting that amount of jump to be possible, but we are actually not far off now. We've really closed that gap. Weirdly, as things stand, we're still not going to make any extra positions this year, but we're so close to it. If we were to go on like a couple more rounds, we'd really do it. Yeah, Juliet might have been... Yeah, actually, he was very much on that level. 8.3 is a very good year. And that's with Ferencváros helping out. Best position have your staff suggested will be your best in... so wingers. So, weirdly, we've got, allegedly, a 5-star youth intake. But it's only got 1 A-rated players, and it's only one of our wingers. Allegedly. So we'll see. Boom, ba-dum, boom. This is very, like... Muzaki. I'm here for it. He must be amazing. I don't know. My suspicion is that either the whole youth intake is going to be shit and it's just a complete lie, but I would say that the youth intake previews have been very accurate this year, which is nice. Other team in Europe, some of them got to the 4th round of the qualifiers, but only Ferencváros made the groups. They got to the knockouts of the Europa League, though, which is pretty sick. Starting keeper of 15. Well, that's the other thing. Or it means that the player that we're going to get, we're only going to have one standout player, but he's going to be like world quality. And we do use wingers, so you never know. It does feel like we are on hold, doesn't it? Yeah. Intake Eve. Right, here we are. The 9th, allegedly. No, not yet. Sorry, there's another game. Wanted a new contract. Buddy, actually, you do play a decent amount, but I'm worried about giving you a new deal because... Hang on, I've got a Steam pop-up in my way. There we go. I know you can click through them. I couldn't see where I was pressing it. Go on. One of these days, Jarju's going to resolve something. I'm going to be super happy. Right, let's have a look. Oh, thank goodness. We've got another goodie in him. Right, now this should be the next day, right? Is there like a set time that the youth intakes come through? Oh, it is the 9th. I'm a man of my word. Don't give you a sub, though. It's a bit late for that. It has been did. That was my deal. Shut up, Dan. I can see them. No worries. I'm a man of my word. Right then. This is going to be awesome. Where's your sub, damn it? You've got a sub, you big primer. Okay. Watch it be absolutely shocking. Why have they cancelled 3... What's with the 3 different... Why have they arranged 4 different friendlies and immediately cancelled them? Is what I want to know. Right, ready? What do you reckon then? Best player. So I'm going for best player. I'm going 5-star potential. There's no way we wouldn't... At this stage, you got it, right? I'm going 5-star potential, but I reckon 3-star CA. I reckon 3-star CA. Mexico Guadalajara. 3-star, 5-star. If it was a 3-star, 5-star, I would be over the damn moon. Honestly, 2-star, 5-star would be good enough. 2-5 sounds alright. A half-star CA with 3.5, imagine. Right, come on. Show me the goodness. The fuck's the winger? Where's the, is that him there? It said there was one good player in the youth intake and it was a winger, and there's no good winger. It's the right back. Well, because he can sort of play there. 14 tackling is not bad. He has no pace, and he's 6'1". Oh. Yeah. So what did they say? Hang on. Led by the very gifted Tamas Feasley? This guy? Why is he considered the best player when he's not even in the elite talent section as well? I'll come back to this guy in a minute. Very quick. Highest CA? I don't think he does have highest CA. Maybe we were the winger all along. So, this is allegedly the best player in terms of PA. Zoltan down here has actually got 2-star CA. Zoltan must be the winger, yeah. Passing's good. He's not bad. Not the quickest. Crossing's average. Finishing's not bad, though. Good teamwork. He's okay. Right, okay. This is the one that stands out to me because he's got the high potential, allegedly, and decent CA. Laszlo Hegedus. Okay, he's fucking good. 16 tackling, 12 marking, 16 work rate, 6 foot tall, good on both feet, reasonable okay physicals for someone who's 15 years old. He's not a centre back, not at 6 foot with 10 jumping reach, he's not. He's a proper midfield destroyer for us, yeah. Bear in mind, we actually have a ball in midfield role in this team perfectly for him. He'd be a great ball in midfielder. Decent mentals as well. Leadership's low, but that's fine. Determination is all right. Light-hearted is... There are much worse things to have. I like him a lot. Any issue? Consistency as well. The work rate being super high is great. Get him in a mentoring group. That's a good point. He's definitely not aggressive enough for the unibrow. And he's called Laszlo. Laszlo Hegedus. He's a thick boy. The fact that he's got 16 tackling. His tackling is higher than his age. That's a good sign. I'm a fan of him. I like him a lot. I'm still a bit disappointed considering what we were expecting from that. Considering it had that A-rated winger. But, yeah. On squad comparison, that is a good point, yeah. It might just be that because they don't know as much about him because it's someone else looking at him there. That would be my guess. There is no in-between. He can't dribble. This is true, but luckily he wouldn't have to do so much in that position, right? I like him. I think he's solid. Still a bit disappointed in it, to be honest. But you're not going to have bangers every year, and our team has got better, right? 7 passing and 9 vision. Yeah, but he's not going to play... as a ball-winning midfielder, it's not really super important for his remit. Fair is a major centre-back talent. 14 jumping reach is not bad. Heading's piss poor. But I kind of agree, though. I'd still rather play him there than in the out wide because he's got no speed. Good bravery as well. High aggression. He is a bit centre-backy, isn't he? Does not have into tackles. Does he have really good anticipation? It's reasonable. Yeah, we are disappointed because the other two were amazing. He's certainly going to get there. It's that heading. Then again, doesn't Jarju have really bad heading ability as well? We've got spoiled by the treaty stuff. Could he work as a DM? Honestly, he probably could if it wasn't for the fact that that other guy would obviously be the choice of DM because he's kind of like him but better in every way. I feel like Fairhair would still be a better centre-back because he does at least have the jumping reach to go with it. We'll just let them get the assessments because they might change their mind on some of the different elements of them. Right, I want to... Yeah, we'll rotate... Ooh, damn it. Oh, this is the Magyar Cup. Okay, in that case, I probably will just rotate this. Bin the cup and just hope for the best. Sagdal can come in. Novak's in. That's more like it. Rest that out nicely. And then we can have a full stretch side for the second leg against Levski. Because even if I feel like we're going to go through, which I think we are, I'd rather go through with a win. Next to everyone. I probably won't be next year, will it? But sick. With Radlich, we really need 2 amazing headers. I mean, ideally, yes. You want as many as you can, really. Upset. Feels Moses Jarju should have been picked. What the fuck? We're resting the... Yeah, Panache is still here. I will not take that bet. Papa, I've learned my lesson. I'm going to come out today's stream on the net negative. Bit of that. Bit of this. Boom. Doesn't Jarju have like 6 heading himself? He's good in the air, but he can't actually like... He can win a header, but he can't like direct it anywhere. Best intake player we've had so far. Either Vereb or Shatvari, I'd say. Or the two. What skin? It is Saz23! Exclamation mark skin, Daddy Smith, and you will find the answer. Or at least find a download link. Which some might even say is better than an answer. It's an opportunity for someone like Novak as well. Where's Vereb? He's back in the under-19s. Because once we realised having him in the first team was just... Because the mentoring thing was busted. Having him in the first team was serving no purpose because he wasn't getting any football, and having him available for the under-19 squad didn't seem to really work a lot of the time, so it felt better to put him back in the under-19s for a bit. We've got a lot of good players have come through with good footedness. They've had, like, at the very least, reasonable on their weak foot, but very often they've had, like, strong on both, which has been pretty sick. He passed his bedtime. Well, yeah, he's only 15, or 16 now, probably. Didn't want to be subbed at all. Yeah, it's stuff like... I mean, that does sort of happen occasionally in real life. Yeah, we'll be using the Z-Gens. Has anyone actually put Z-Gens in their game this year? Is it still working like it did last year? Or is there any, like, issues with it? Because I was obviously going to give it a couple of seasons until we actually had lots of regens and then do it. But provided it's all still working correctly, then there's no reason not to. Yeah, Krolish is really good. Still works sick. As long as it works, I'll sort it out at some point. Because for some reason it sort of stopped working for me towards the end of FM22, and I can't figure out why. Like it was just not putting the faces there. Oh, by the way, speaking of Emmett Doran, chat, it might not have been the best youth intake, but I feel like he still deserves his reward, does he not, of a regularly scheduled ED7. And of course I fell. I always think of Emmett's goals. He's a glorious man. Right, I'll give you 5 seconds. You know what to do. Emmett, let's go. Ooh, the lights look way better. Just everything else looks worse. Playing Emmett's in the middle of a match is not a problem because it's just a source over the top of the scene I'm already on. The issue comes from when I have to navigate between scenes because it's the animated stuff. That's what tends to cause the problems. Art Fust. I know. It's cool that we're doing it, obviously. It is. We're just having a bit of fun. A-Ball with the 50 bits.
667 were my most used emotes of 2022.
Mine too. I saw some of those Twitch recaps. It's cool. It was cool. It's cool that I was in some people's. That was nice. A new upgraded region. Facebook phone about. How do you mean? Staff members kids. Oh, have we got a mini Emmett? That would be sick. The next generation of Dorans. Sagdal's looking quite oh dear. Not that that's really his fault. This might be though, because he's got the wrong side of the defender, and the goalkeeper stood him up 2 yards to the right. Good stuff. Tree looks great. Oh, he does, doesn't he? Although the tree suddenly looks less sad now. Inexplicably. Emmett, he's Irish. Although he actually came through at Rochdale. So Emmett he was an Irishman that came through at Rochdale, but he was bought by Hearts in the Scottish top flight, and then randomly one window we were linked with him. You know, that's a penalty, isn't it? He clearly handball. When the window opens, you get that news article that's like tells you about players that teams are being linked with, and it'll always recommend you a couple of players in there. We actually got recommended Emmett through there, and Vidal slots it thrown. Vital, I'll tell you what, right? That's only his 6th goal of the season. Bearing in mind, he scored 4 goals in his first 2 appearances for us, and he's barely netted one since then. He's been a bit of a letdown in many respects, but I do still like him. But yeah, the media linked us to him. It was great. Top 4% of chatters mostly boost. Mostly? You mean entirely? Hey, Daz! Hey, hangover means you probably had a good night the night before, right? Youth Intake was a weird one. The player that we were all promised ended up not even being an elite talent. He just had high CA, but not a lot of potential. We do, however, have a really cool-looking ball-winning midfielder, potentially. So it's not the end of the world, but it's certainly our worst Youth Intake, I would say, so far. But, you know, not everyone can be perfect. Trying to freshen this up a little bit. It would be quite nice to go through, because if we knock out Furich Farage, we've got a great chance. We'll let models instead of generate faces. Wait, hang on. They look like models. Let's have a look at them. Oh, definitely not. No. I mean, the whole point of the Z-Gens for me is that they do look like real people. Otherwise, what's the point? Oh, God. What on earth was that piece of play? No, Emmett's not real. Emmett's a regen. Show out the wing. Yeah, it is. But, oh, shit. There's the equaliser from Christian Kwame. That's been coming on. Nubic has not been good in this game. Those news articles are bloody excellent, yeah. We'll have to find a random Irish player and just call him Emmett. Oh, he's good in having that. I don't know, you know. Maybe? This one. What's this one? Yeah, no, I've just looked at that, but I'm not interested in the pack. Like, that to me... With these... They look all right and all that, but the reason I like the Z-Gens is because they look like real people, which to me helps the immersion. So having them just look like a different version of regen faces, to me, doesn't really do anything. For me. For my personal enjoyment of the game, you know. They remind me a lot of Laura's faces from back in the day. No, Nubic has not been good. Oh, God, he's been woeful. We were doing so well in this game, and then, ironically, I brought on a load of better players, and they seem to mess the entire system up. I say a load of better players. Some better players. Yeah, I mean, we can't... we can still complain a little bit. We've been very even in this game. Actually uses the hairstyle and facial features in the game. I suppose, but... Like, who's actually paying that much of attention? You can't see the players' faces anyway. So, the only time you really see a player's face is on their profile, and that's what I'm most interested in, right? Remember the fan has a flare on his head. Hang on. Emmett with an O is Cornish dialect from someone who isn't from Cornwall who is in Cornwall. What on earth? Where's the door? No, stay. I just praised them. We lost the game and I've just praised them. I just think that the Z-Gens look so cool, you know? Oh, God, yeah. We're going to get some complaints. This is going to be perfect. If this happens again, I swear to God. Chef Joker doesn't want to use officials as an excuse. What do you mean? You won, Andre. Pipe down. Silly man. Oh. To general rehab after it. That would be kind of cool, actually, like an automated thing. But you'd think, really, that should just be what should happen. Because why wouldn't they do rehab, right? Yeah, the board will sack us because we've got those low knees or something. That was quite annoying. But to be fair, I'll take losing the cup if it means that they win it and we avenge... Because they're going to qualify for the Europa League either way. Long-term... Yeah, they really make a huge difference on long-term saves. Oh, good lord. What are we up to now? How's this going in? Still just him. How's this looking? Still recommending me players that are worth 14 million? Yep, cool. Does my name mean anything? I don't know. Like... I haven't really looked into it, honestly. Like, Matt, it probably means something back in the day. Something you wipe your feet on. Oh, right. In-game manager. Yes, he was the goalkeeper from our previous save, but also ended up becoming one of the greatest managers of all time and actually won multiple Champions League titles with the team that we'd managed before, which was awesome. What is the Howard Bishop Ultras thing in points? Oh, that's nothing. That's nothing. Nothing at all. Was he not beneficial? No, he's loving it. Clearly, can't you see from his wonderful development? He did a better job as treaty manager than I did. Yeah, genuinely. The game's regen faces, yeah, they haven't really improved in the last 3 or 4 years now, have they? Really? Ever since they sort of said they were making some changes to them, I just don't think they have. Tag place with metadata. Very true. Oh, God, here we go. Right, chat, you know what to do. Well, some of you do. Well, they've definitely gotten worse since they made the switch to make them look more like the players in the actual matches. But that's the reason they look worse. Because before they were just generating images. And so they can have a bit more artistic license. But now they have to look like the 3D match engine, which doesn't make any sense because you can't see their faces anyway. But there you go. But that doesn't feel like it's been touched. Right, so here we go. Harold Bishop Ultras in a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, and a 1. And take it away, Harold!
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Like, I know they can be seen a little bit, but you can't zoom it in that far, for the most part, because of licensing reasons, which is sort of the point. So, to me, it's just, it doesn't seem like a necessity, to be honest. The only time we really ever paying attention to their faces are actually on their pages. And did our guy out on loan... Oh, no, it's a different guy. Just has the same surname. Levski time. Let's do this. Getting to the quarterfinals in our first season. So Feyenoord are through, Villa are through, Mainz are through, Rosenborg only just through against Armonia. I'd like a bit of Rosenborg next round. Put Z's faces in the game. I mean, I don't know why they complain about that, but then, well, I suppose it is the internet. But the reason they put them in the game is because there is the potential that one of them could be looking like someone else in real life, even if there's no intention to do that, sadly. Right. Okay. Best squad out there, probably. And yep, I think we're good. Wolfsburger would be good too. I wouldn't mind a bit of Rosenborg, though, just because it'd be nice to sort of do the Norwegian connection. Right. They haven't put Ronaldo in the team again either. Being 2-0 up from the first leg, you'd expect us to be in a good shape here, but you never know, right? Bobby, God, that whole people being like, what was it, offended by players being old, stronger than them is a strange way of putting it. Some Luke, yeah, I was gonna say they all do look very happy. I want to see a guy that looks like he's been run over with like a trowel. Well, true, but you could argue that about anything, Quince. Like, but to be fair, the game they actually do map that. So if a player has mixed nationalities and ethnicities, the game will sometimes just the Z-Gen thing will pick one of them. You know, like Quasimodo's ass, exactly. Yeah. We're just going to have to sign players who are really strong to put all the other teams off. It's fine. Bum, 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 bum. It does feel like they're probably, yeah. It should be nervous, because it was always nervous before, but now the fact that it says offended, it feels like offended is one of those terms in player stuff that should only really be seen when you're talking to a player. Like, it's a reaction to you saying something, probably. Hey, look, that doesn't look so low res. Oh, no, it does. What the hell? The logo is fine when you... Oh, God, it gets worse. That doesn't even make sense. The further away you get from it, the more low res it looks. Though usually the other way round is true. Usually the closer you get to something, it looks... Yeah. That was bizarre. Offended by my mere presence. Hey, it wouldn't be the first time, right? I'm sure someone... Over the times I've been streaming, I'm sure someone's come in and been like... Nope. I'm offended by his pheromonic exuberances. If we can get an early goal, that would be really nice. Just to sort of calm things down a little bit. Oh, Diaz. Oh. We absolutely can change it to Bootie's face, Billy Charles. We just haven't figured out exactly which asset it's pulling from. If I had time, I'd have to look in like the resource archiver and find that exact asset and replace it. But that's how it would have to work. Oh, lovely work again. Bobby does a really good job at pressing it from the front like that too. And Gom's just going the whole way. He's all the way in. Oh, if he scores here. Oh, no. Damn it. That was a great chance. Anisotropic filtering option. I don't know what that means. Yeah, is that like a graphics setting? I do not like this. His smug aura mocks me. Yeah, pretty much. I don't like that sass. Hey, Luis. I think I talk too fast. I would have liked to have done that. That would have been like a cool thing to have done, but I just don't think... I think my speech impediment would get in the way. You know? No one would be able to understand a word I'm fucking saying. Every news that would just listen... Yeah, I mean, I would just say that they should listen faster, of course. But, oh, good lord. How could he call this? Is very true, yeah. It'd be awesome if we didn't throw this away with deflected goals. Affects textures viewed at a shallow angle, so don't forget. Oh, yeah, it's FM not being the most, like, graphically advanced game, particularly in the actual, like, 3D elements. It's where that next year they're like, we've got ray tracing, chat. Okay, so we have conceded. This is icky. Can you building a nation 5-6 years into the save with the same? With the same what? I feel like this is half a sentence. I can't wait for the sequel, though. Problem is, because we're technically still winning the tie, I can't even encourage them or criticize them in any way. Because it takes into both legs into account for this. Right, somebody just put a foot in. Anybody... Oh, good, that's right. Yeah, just let him walk all the way through the fucking middle. What on earth was that? The two centre-backs literally got out of his way. But no, after you, buddy. Yeah, I mean, I guess the one thing that does sort of hit on my side is the fact that my accent, whilst very fast, is very neutral. It's most Svensson still, I would have no idea. They're doing well, so if he's good, then maybe. But if he's not, then I'm going to go with no. Maybe not. They've started quite well in this game, concerningly. We look a bit off of it at the moment. We've had weird change runs in games before, though. Oh, God. Oh, come on. 2 shots on target, 2 goals. Right. It's going to be like that, is it? At least I can encourage now. How does he get that angle? That would be great. You could start every stream, Jinx, with just ooh-ar. It'd be great. Just get Ian Holloway on. Okay, so we're at... Oh, they've done all right, to be fair, so far. Oddly. I don't know why they've suddenly got good in this one game after losing 2-0 at home to us. Looking past Sophia. Yeah, maybe, but, like, she's not even that good looking. Right, let's go. Let's get a goal back here. Get some presence on the pitch again. And hopefully turn this into a good result. Kapralik. Oh, good lord. Oh, no, hang on. We got it back again. They're pressing us quite a lot more than they did in the first leg, I think. Qatar's got into a weird position here. Everybody's in their half. So we're at least keeping the pressure on them. Arietta. Come on. Ball in. Pereira. No, cleared again. Okay, there's a lot of pressure on them, if nothing else. Oh, dear. No, we're still going. Go on, back post it. And gone! Oh, dear. Two 2-0 down does still feel quite harsh on us. Owusu isn't their half yet. Give him a chance. As a commentator, how would you describe a Vale penalty? Do you know what? I'd describe it just like John Hartson. Genius! Uh-oh. Right, come on, get in on him. I get the feeling we might be like 4-0 down by half time at this rate. If it carries on like this. We look all over the shop. They just don't look up for it at all. Oh, please not another silly angle. What the hell is going on here? It's 3-0 in the first half to Levski. We're not even playing that badly. Just every shot is just a goal. It's not even that. They've been quite good in this first half, but 3-0 good is ridiculous. Right. I guess we just have to yell at everybody. Did I actually set up the triggers? I did. Maybe that's the problem. Who's been bad? Ah, yes, everyone. This kind of just feels... They're not really FMing us, though. 3-0, though, is a bit harsh. I'll leave the same squad out there. Do I want to change anything? Actually, you know what? I might just turn off work ball on the box and let us be a bit more free-flowing with it. Try to get through them a bit more. How are we doing for possession? Not too well either. We've just not... Oh, for God's sake. Oh, good. Now it's time for the 6'6". Wait, no. Is there anything else I can do that doesn't involve me doing that? Yes. But it's an absolute minefield. I'm putting Mateus Vital on at right wing back. Because I don't want Radilic playing right wing back. I'd much rather him be on the pitch there, but not as a right wing back. And also maybe Larkesh, just to freshen that up there too. We've got plenty of subs, so we can do that. Oh, Jesus. This is a goal as well, I think. Because look how far the keeper is over. This looks like it's going to be a goal, I'd say. Yeah. Good. It's only 4-0. I don't know where this has come from. Why we've played like such shit and why they've suddenly become amazing. But we are not winning this match. Kaprek's been dreadful as well. So is Bobby, honestly. Fuck it, Raymond. In it comes. Yeah, you always know when a free kick's going in now because the keeper will just stand so far to the other side. It's actually ridiculous, but oh well. So we're not going through. We are getting absolutely humped here. That's kind of annoying. Honestly. Oh, he's not going to score. He's going to score another one. Look, the keeper's so far across, he's going to score another one. He's far enough across to the point where I know that he's going to score another one here. This is obscene. Good. Nothing like 2 of those in one day. Probably just... I wonder what his free kicks are like. Pekov. Decent. Now, in order for him to actually be taking them, he'd have to have decent free kicks. So 5-0. 5-0. In a game that, statistically, is probably like a 2-1 to them type of game. But that's life. There's not much you can do about it when it's like this. You can't really mitigate for 2 free kicks going in the same game, given how rarely they go in the first place. Let's have a goal back or something. Do we win on XG? No. We're not beating them on XG, but we're not 5-0 down on XG, if that makes sense. We're not even close to that bad. Nah, do you ever have those games when it feels like that you could twiddle every single button and nothing would make any difference? It's decided there's going to be a ridiculous result and we are going to be the ones on the end of it. So you kind of just have to lay back and take it at this point. Have they been good? Yes. Have they been better than us? Yes. Have they been 6-0 good? No. But then when is ever a team actually 6-0 good? It's kind of like when we beat Charleroi 7-1. That was not a 7-1 game. It was like a 4-1 game, which is still a lot. Yeah, it turns out we're building Bulgaria accidentally. I love how the match momentum is actually kind of even as well. Just every time they get any momentum, they just score. Well, to be fair, when Germany beat Brazil, Brazil were genuinely horrible. And I imagine if the XG was counted for that game, it was probably pretty massive as well. Espria, oh, dearie me. The passing is just dead, isn't it? There's just no... We've not been able to string 2 balls together today at any point. Go on, win it. Nope. They'll probably score another one off this play as well. It's an annoying way to go out, though, because we've been so good in this tournament. Oh, my God. How on earth did he bring that down there? Oh, at least he didn't go. At least he didn't score that one as well. And Wusu's on a 5.9. Oh, at least we can shout out Nwusu. Silver linings, eh? We get to yell at a load of our players after this. We'll hopefully boost their determination up slightly, so that's something. How did our man actually get on at right back? 6.3. What did I expect? Oh, dear. Oh, and Gom's in. Ah, dear. To be fair, we've had games going in our favour like this. The Charleroi one is the one that really stands out to me. It's just annoying in the knockouts when you win 2-0 away from home and then somehow lose 6-0 at home to the same team. It's certainly not an even game. But it is just one of those things. We just weren't at it today. They took all their chances. We took none of ours. So this is the sort of game that on another day finishes 2-1, you know? And we go through. But we at least get to yell at a lot of it. But, like, the fact that equated to 6-0 is kind of mental. It reminds me a lot of that game we had with back at Cape Town Spurs. We had a game where we actually beat a team on XG and lost 6-0. It was incredible. So that's us out of Europe, because this guy had a 10 out of 10 rating in that game. Incredibly. But we do at least get to yell at you. Most importantly, the keeper. That was shocking. Although, again, I don't really feel like the keeper can do much about a lot of the goals. Other than, actually, no, right, the 2 free kicks. So we're out. I wonder who would have got. And Arias is also out for the rest of the season, practically. 500 grand for that, but that actually really doesn't help us all that much. Because financially, we're still 1.5 million in debt. Arias is injured and suspended. We have had the youth date, yes. Let me do... Right, now I want to go... Oh, go to the next... No, can I do it now? I forget. I reckon losing that game's killed him. Right, here we go. Interaction. Discipline player 4. Poor performance. Day's wages. Anyone else? 6.3. That should be enough for me to actually yell at him as well. Poor performance. Day's wages. 6.2 on Caprolic. Yes, please. Give me your day's wages. I'm just collecting pocket money now. I'm doing a little whip round. Discipline player 4. Poor performance. Day's wages. Yeah, I think I'd forgotten about the 2 horrendous positioning errors. Although I almost feel like that's more of a match engine thing down there. I don't think he's particularly dumb, but at the end of the day, he's the one that's responsible for it. So we'll get Vital as well. And day's wages. Yes, it can actually improve their determination. Let's see what they all say. Owusu deserved his fine, so to try to motivate himself for future games. Let's see if we get the little bump. And yes, we do. Nice. What about Amadou and Dai? Yep. Everything else is negative, but that determination is where you want it. We got Kapralik has accepted his without comments. So that means he's not going to see anything there. No, because he's a bell end. Radlic will motivate himself for future games. Nice. And he gets a little bump. And Fernando, yep. So he will, ironically, he doesn't get one, but that's fine. Maybe it's because he's older. And Vital should have one as well, and he does. Nice. Okay, so, 4 out of 6. Not too bad. Ashamed of the lads, innit? Rafael Liai, of course. At least he's actually in my database this year, I think. Or is he? Yes, he is. There he is. Still knocking about. Out of contract, of course. On a free. I can't trial him though, can I? Because he's out of contract but under a contract. Also earns me money. True, it's perfect. It seems to be determination is the one we've noticed it the most. Let's ask his agent. I'm curious. Would be expected to be given the chance to develop at a slower rate. Okay. Okay. Odd. I've never seen them say that before. But fair one. Obviously, he's decent, but he's not. I'm not actually going to sign him. It's just cool that a player from Solomon Islands is just kind of all right, isn't he? So he was 1 season in the A-League, didn't play, and then went straight back to the Solomon Islands again. To be fair, that's a hell of a record there. 34 goals. Oof. Just wants to, yeah, he's just like, I'm getting too good too quick, boss. Slow me down. Hold me back. Yeah, I mean, we didn't have him in the save last year. So, now we're up to A+ again. Have they kind of got over their... I'm curious to know why we've gone from C+ to A+ there, despite these not changing, but sure. They're also satisfied with our use of set pieces. Shall we see how many set pieces we've scored this season? I bet you we lead. Most corner goals in the league. Direct free kicks, we got 1 there. Indirect 1. It's not the best, but it's also okay, right? 30k gate receipts as well is good, and they rejected it, of course, and Dice showing pleased with progress. Lovely. Oh, really? So they had to sort of send him back, but ironically not to the same team. Hang on a minute. Who's getting a bid? So, that's surprising. French Farish have loaned Breno Biden to Guarani. They better not screw him up, because he's got really high PA. The fact that Solomon Islands even have star prospects is pretty sick. Hello, Big Dollop. What have we got here? I realize a lot of these are recruitment... Oh, wait, we're not in a window, though, are we? So this is kind of pointless. Although... You know. So, oh, it's the... Oh, wow. Chato? Aren't you glad that we didn't pick up Pierce Donnellan? I feel like he might have dudded us. Injury prone... But he's... I don't know if he's at Leipzig or not. He always gets released end of first season. These are all the guys from the focuses, but then we've also got some freebies in here too. Some of you still look kind of decent. Potentially, anyway. Finished 6-0. It did indeed finish 6-0, yes. So look at these two. Homer. Oh, he's called Homer. He's got a cap, though, annoyingly. Not flattering picture, considering he's 27. Shitting hell. They ain't bad. I know we're out of a window, so it's not going to help the others, but holy shit, one of them might even be, like, almost too good to say no to for us, potentially. I think the rest I'll just keep on... Oh, hang on. Who are you? Oh, 24-year-old Frenchman. Defensive winger. Dina Mbembe. Very well-rounded. Tahiti qualified for the... Wow, how did they do that? So that would have been... Oh, of course, yeah, because 2025... Oh, hang on. Under 20 World Cup. Do they have any good players? And were they generated at French clubs? Because I have seen some pretty solid Tahitian players come through at French sides. Most notably, that guy that came through at Sonetian on my Tromsø save. Played for Tahiti and then declared for France. Then never played for France because he wasn't that good. He was just quite good. Yeah, these two are quite fascinating players, actually. It's not far off of FM Christmas either. Follow up in your interest. What? No, I will not. I mean, Leon always has the best Vietnamese players, generally speaking. If there is going to be a good Vietnamese player, and there usually is at least one per save, they always come through at Leon. Rather than Pacific Islanders. Yeah, I think it's probably because they often come through at French clubs or... Yeah, okay, let's see. So they want to keep them all, which is understandable. Also... Yeah, so that's Zoltan Mayer. Hegedouche, I'm excited about. I'm liking him. One thing I do like is getting Liberian players from, I believe, Slavia or Sparta Prague. I find the best Liberian players and Liberian and Haitian players I find at Sparta and Slavia. They're really fun to get. We'll get those guys signed up. So we are still 5 points clear. 16 tackling regions are the best. The fact that we've had back-to-back youth intakes featuring them is kind of mad. Shit. Right. I'm going to have a pee, then I'm going to come back and we can look through this recruitment focus and see what magical players they found us. But I can already tell you, it's not looking good, bruv. So I'll be back in a sec.
chasing you like the tail of a dog. I don't get no sleep when we kiss in the dark like we do. I just love the way it feels. Yeah, I know it's bad, but I can't resist. When I look in your eyes, I don't know what is real. All I know is that I could go anywhere, anywhere, as long as you're with me. Oh, I'm drunk and I know it, but I got you.
One thing I'll say is you can really feel the apathy around the World Cup, even in here as well, though. The fact that the World Cup final kicks off in like an hour and a half, and we've barely mentioned it for more than about 2 minutes on this entire stream. That really does go to show. 19 recommendations this time. Let's see. Also, again, no near matches, which is absolutely maddening that that's the case. But let's see. Let's see who they think are worth signing. So yet again, no players who are between the ages of 15 and 17 at all. How have you set up your recruitment focus? Oh, this was just a test to show that it's broken and doesn't work properly. So basically, I just set this up to find any players with high potential between the ages of 15 and 18 that would sign for us. And the players they're bringing are obviously hilarious. Just this man here at Arsenal, £14 million. That's a reasonable signing, apparently, for us. Why are we being shown him? Like 14 million quid. Mental. They're all... Yeah, they're all so expensive. We can't afford any of these players. Not one of these players is within an affordable range for us, which you'd think would be quite an important factor when it comes to doing like recruitment, would be, can we afford this player? Potentially. I just don't see the point of it. Also, what is this? This might be a skin thing. I don't know. That's bizarre. Small enough club. Oh, sure. Club small enough for sure, but player value 650 to 1.6 million. Like, he's a very good player, but can't afford him. The cheapest guy is a Scottish guy at Bolton. Oh, also that. Does that reset as well? Yes, it did. Cool. But again, he's still probably going to be on the higher end of that. And he's also... What a weird set of attributes. He's technically awful. Other than his tackling, he is technically awful. He has really good physicals, but technically he's appalling for most things. But he can indeed run. But yeah, that's why I don't bother with recruitment focuses. They are a waste of time. But I'm glad we did the little couple of tests today. Let's make sure those don't accidentally restart somehow. Track and field, yeah, be quick, boy. But to me, any players that are out of budget should surely count as near matches. Like, the fact that there's 0 near matches is mad. You're telling me there was 19 players that fit it exactly, but not one that was kind of close. Actually, here's what we do. Right, next test. Let's just continue this little test, shall we? So, the same parameters, like that, but this time, instead of doing 15 to 18, I'm going to do 15 to 17. With the exact same setup, I might actually leave it that name. I just want to see what this one does. So it's transfer, not transfer and loan, transfer. Okay, I'm curious. Yeah, you can turn off the ones that start automatically. I can't remember how you do it, but you can definitely do it because we've done it. It might be in here. I don't know. They definitely don't start them without my permission anymore. Yeah, I think we can all agree that the near matches tab is broken. Which is a shame, because that actually could have been a really cool feature of it, that where you'd find players in the near matches and then go, hey, you never know. I'm curious to see if they find any players in that age gap. Like White Star unsure ones. Maybe. Haven't put a restriction on player wages. Like, the wages, I mean... Really? But surely the restriction would be... Where does it say about wages? Surely the restriction would be, will sign for you. Sure. I feel like you shouldn't have to ask your scouts to find players that will sign for you. I feel like that should be an inbuilt requirement, right? I don't think you should have to ask them for that. Further detail. What about it? To me, if that's what you have to do, then that's bollocks. Because why would you set a recruitment focus to find players that you will not be able to sign? Surely every player you're looking for is, in theory, to sign for you. So you shouldn't have to set that as a fight. Surely you don't. If you do, then that just shows even more ways in which it's utterly useless. Asked to be recalled already? No, you can't. You've got to stay at second. You'll love it there, I promise. Oh, Unwusu. Oh, he's already got a cap, hasn't he? Yeah. Do 3 stars, it works fine. But they were finding players. The issue isn't that they weren't finding players. As you can see, they were finding them all right. They just weren't finding them very well. Yes, it is Flashes Racer. It's the only way, I think, at the moment, anyway. Average of 1 key passes a game. I mean, fair enough, but that actually is kind of good if you were doing more statistical sort of stuff, which does make sense. Did Vero get called up? Under the... hang on. There's a second, like, doubtful, etc. You'd think that that wouldn't have to be the case, but let's have a look. Because that's to do with the scouting, like, regions, right? So we don't have to touch that. Because... fair enough if they had an option here that was like transfer interest, but to me, if you're doing recruitment, the implication should be that the player would be interested, otherwise what's the point in recruiting them? We can always bump this down like that, but I suspect... oh, also the minimum current ability is way too high, actually. That's what I would say. That was too high. Right, we'll try that out. We'll sort it out with that. Don't find the same guys again. Ah, true. They shouldn't find the same guys again just because all those guys were 18 and this is specifically for 15 to 17. So now I am interested. Ibrahimovic on the scouting list. Hey, I like their ambition. I admire it. You've got to have an element of ambition, don't you? Yeah, I think for next stream, I'm going to just try and find some kind of training, because I feel like we're not getting any development out of players at the moment, like in terms of actual attribute development, and by now we would have seen some, like more at a higher rate than what we were currently seeing. So I think that's part of that. Has to be. Still, bear in mind, I'm not after anything specific here. I'm just trying to prove that it's not fit for purpose, is my point. But I still want to try different things to see if, you know... Point being, the thing is, if it... This is where it gets a little bit silly, is that you can only set them to look for yellow stars. You can't specify people that they're unsure of on the white stars. Ergo, so say you want to see a 5-star potential player, you tell them you want a 5-star potential player, but it's only going to find you players that are guaranteed 5-star potential players and not players with the white stars that might be 5-star potential players. But you can't set that option because it doesn't exist. And it's things like that that need to be... Yeah. Max transfer value... You could, but again, that comes back into you shouldn't have to. To me, your transfer budget should be taken into account when your scouts are finding you players, particularly when you've specifically set recruitment focuses. Otherwise, what's the point in doing it? Why have that function at all then? You could just do it yourself. If you have to set all of that stuff manually, then there's no reason to have that as a part of the game, and you could just do it at your own. You could just do that by yourself at that point. Yeah, you can use player search manually. That's way better, if anything. Well, except it won't be a feature because that wouldn't be able to sell the game on it. But what I would also say is that notice how everything is so unbelievably counterintuitive. Even if there are some ways to make it work, the fact that you have to go so far out of your way to make it work suggests that it isn't in a state that it should be. It should be very... like, it's not the sort of thing that should require too much introduction and stuff, you know? Like, I don't like having to do things that you shouldn't need to. That's the game. That the whole point of quality of life is to avoid you from having to do that and preventing you from having to do mindless busy work that prevents you from actually playing the game. Because that's why people switch off and go, what on earth was that? Holy shitting balls. Did you see that run from Kapralik? That was filth. Look at this. Takes the player on, skips like that, goes inside the guy, through his legs, and then pops it into Ngom. That is one of the best pieces of dribbling I've ever seen. He's like... It was like a Balassi flick. Do you know how Yannick Balassi used to do this thing where he'd like spin and would take the ball through someone's legs? So cool. Yeah, I feel like there should be a base way that it works, and then if you want to get super specific with it, that's fine. And you right? Okay, here's what I mean. the base version should provide you with lots of options. And if you want to get super specific for looking for very specific types of players, then obviously you'll get less options, but you should still be able to do that. It feels like at the moment they expect you to do that part first, which no new player would think to know how to do firstly, or even think to do in the first place. So that's, yeah, we're also beating Honved currently. Good save, and Wusu. We are actually beating Honved. Now, it's not the first time. It wouldn't be the first time. Classic Netneck. Ooh. He's definitely been looking good. Scan more specific, take longer to generate results. It's a case of yes or no, because think about it like this. If you're being more specific, saying, I want to scout in this specific area for players within this specific age range, you've immediately excluded a lot of the players that they would potentially be looking at. Ergo, they'd have less players to look through. So actually, it could potentially speed things up. Now, it would produce less results, obviously, because there's going to be... The more specific your requirements are, the less players are going to fit those requirements, understandably. But I think you should get less results and faster, based on those two criteria, I would say. They have a new manager. Oh, hang on. Bear in mind, I forgot to... Have they got a new coach? Yes, they do. They got rid of AAA. In fact, they have for a little while. So maybe me leaving it on our current setup might actually be better. That's what I mean. The inbuilt option of the game should never be like slower than having to do it manually. I've just praised them when they're 1-0 up. They're not going to like that, are they? Oh, she did. Holy shit. Imagine the scenes. Also, I love how Sagdal's actually getting like a reasonable amount of first team football at the moment. Like, he's played right back for us a little while now because of Arietta's injury. Was not expecting that from him, but he's been a bit average in places. But Alton dies all the way through, and then Gom's on the end of it, and that's looking like, no, it's not an own goal. 13th goal of the season for Labassi and Gom. He's taken a huge step in the right direction this season as far as that. Tennis Manager. No, I've barely ever played any other management games. Like, people have told me good things about, like, Cycling Manager. I actually was approached by the devs of Tennis Manager. But they... When they came to me, they basically said, hey, we'll give you a copy of the game if you do this big stream event and stream it for X amount of hours. And I'm kind of just like, that doesn't seem like a fair agreement, if that makes sense. Really. Well, I'm a terrible human manager. I'm the worst at that. I can barely manage myself most of the time. I had a full-on breakdown on Friday. It's not even the case of money. It's just that that's not like... I don't know how... That would require me to firstly do a lot of work for extra, but also take up stream time with that. You know? The youth intake was... It's good, but it's certainly the worst of the youth intakes we've had so far. Couldn't Labassi and Gom get a hat-trick? Oh my days. Labassi and Gom with a hat-trick against Budapest Honved. Surely we're finally going to beat Honved. It's only taken us... I think this is our 7th attempt at beating Honved in this save, and I think we might finally be about to do it. Lovely ball through from Pereira. The defender does miss it, in fairness, but Ngom here completes his hat-trick in the first... Not first half, in the first 50 minutes. Oh... First Pog as a carrot. Yeah, basically. We had the 4-3, but we were 3-1 up in that one, not 3-0. Pog's the best. She really is. Sometimes I just spiral sometimes. It's just like... This is because I was worried about things like Red Zone, and then I got exactly what I expected from it, and then... It was kind of like, shit. Oh, God. Oh, well played, Moses. Actually, yep, Sugdar will get this. Nice. Struck goal with that. I did. Believe me, I know. What sucks is that she doesn't realise that as Abdullah comes in again. Oh, it's 4-0. We're taking him. Red Zone again. Well, there's obviously the second part of it coming out on tomorrow. But put it this way, it sort of proved what I was on about when I said that Let's Play-ish type content is just not viable on YouTube. Because nobody cared. Not nobody cared. People cared. But a much smaller percentage than every other video I've put out so far this year. And that should tell you what you need to know about where the market is as far as that type of content goes. Because I actually had a really good time recording Red Zone. I thought it was really fun. And the edit was really fun too. I got to really experiment. We've had 4 shots on target. We're absolutely fucking them. For once. It's nice. Now, Stream Red Zone is very different. Because That's the sort of thing that I might not turn into a YouTube video, but I still want to do it on stream. I think it'd be a really fun concept for stream. That's not changing. It will still happen. What I was really testing was whether it would be a valuable thing for having on the YouTube side of things after that, potentially. Let's get Novak in. Yeah, fuck it. Give him a up front. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Red Zone tag before the episode title. Why? That's actually a way of reducing viewership even further, by the way, because you need it to be applicable for people outside of just people that already know what it is. So if you put Red Zone there, someone has to know what that is firstly. So that's why that stuff goes at the end or not at all. As Novak scores, he's offside maybe? I don't know. Red Zone on FIFA. maybe that's the play. No, I mean, like I said, I really enjoyed making it and I enjoyed editing it too. And I actually thought it was really fun, but it's just not what people want to see, you know? That's the difference. With Levski, what did you last see, Deja? Did you see the first leg where we won 2-0 in Bulgaria? Where's part 2 going? I'll edit it tomorrow and it'll come out tomorrow night. 2-0. Okay, so we lost the second leg 6-0 at home. That sounds like I'm joking. I promise you I'm not. We lost 6-0 at home to them. It was like a 2-1 game. Probably. Would have been like a fair result. But they scored 2 direct free kicks in it as well, which was fun. Although we're kind of doing the same thing here to... How have we not scored that? Oh, dear. Better YouTube. Yeah, but the thing is I don't. And the point is the type of content that gets me that reach is the type of content that I'm also making, which is the stuff that's done well. The reverse coefficient video, the skin video, the other stuff, you know? YouTube audience is different from Twitch. Oh, yeah, for sure. But that's fine. That's why they're different platforms, you know? There is a different type of audience. Like, that's why I'm so glad I have Twitch, because it means that I like to get to do the Let's Play stuff, and that's my favorite thing to do. Like, I have the most fun when I'm doing that. But I've got some cool ideas. What is the keeper doing there? He sort of slid in sideways. Does he think he's playing Apex? What are you doing? All right, we take that. Ah, dear. Like, this is actually very much like the Levski game, honestly, in terms of the... Like, we've had 5 shots on target. Yeah, I think it was their manager. If he takes over another Hungarian side, we're screwed. Who's dead? Maybe Moses for Kiarodia? Yeah, we'll do. I almost hope he does. Just to see. Well, I was trying to create that same kind of vibe in the Red Zone thing. I was trying to get that kind of stream energy, the sort of chaos and the fun. But it's so difficult to do that in a video over a short period of time. But one thing I also noticed is I feel like a couple of my more recent ones, particularly the free transfers one, I feel like I over-scripted it to the point where I lost my personality in it. And someone actually pointed that out to me, and I think they were right. They meant it as a compliment. So I completely understand where they were coming from. The best kind of criticism is that. The sort of... It's almost like you're better than this, you know? Which I kind of appreciated. Streamed on a Ring doorbell. Well, to be fair, if things carry on with my equipment, Millennium, give me another week and we might well be streaming on a Ring doorbell. It's 6. It's 6-1 over Honved. Oh, this feels so cathartic. After 6 games against them without managing to grab a victory, we've twatted them 6-1. I think we have shot... Have we had every shot on target be a goal? We actually have. That's mental. We didn't even need it to be, but we've done it. Labasian gone with a hat-trick. Abduholikov. Novak scored his first goal for the club as well. Kapralik grabs another one. And they've been thoroughly hard done by there. Completely. Oh. If I'm on a toaster, that'd be quite fun, actually. Better never let it go. No, you only get one shot, right? Do not miss your chance to blow. Blow? Blow. Was it a donation VIP? In front of my ring doorbell. I mean, I'll do it one by one. I go around to every single person's house and stream a bit in front of their doorbell. And by stream, I mean piss on the floor. The only stream you'll be seeing is mine. I think I succeeded in that. To be fair, like, don't get me wrong, the video still performed way better than any content Let's Play-ish that I put up last year. That's a real thing that and I think I might still do it again at times, just as a bit of fun. Because as the channel grows, and hopefully will continue to grow, maybe more and more people would be interested in that type of content. It's just, you know... I'm not ruling it out again. What's the problem with that video then? It was fun and challenges exciting because, well, the problem is nobody watched it in the grand scheme of things. That's the problem. And as a YouTuber, that's where if that's where the views come from. Like, you have to be able to, people have to watch the content as well. Maybe one episode. Yeah, that's the only way you can do it, really. And that's not to say, obviously I appreciate people that did watch it, but as from a metric standpoint, it didn't go well. But that's fine. I kind of expected that anyway. Oh, we might actually get to FM Christmas. Hey, Ethan. You ask your assistant to assign, he can set up role training and training focus for players on trial. Can he really? That's kind of sick, actually. Might come back, maybe, yeah. You can't do it yourself, to be fair. We found a lot of things like that. Like, for example, when we moved that young player up into our first team but couldn't add into a mentoring group, but our assistant was able to. But then if you removed him from the mentoring group, you then couldn't add him back in again. Shit like that. Oh, no, it was because he was in the... Yeah, because we put him in the training group, didn't we? He might still be in that, you know. Hell of a trial for two. Oh, that's a good point, actually, because you can kind of get to training them before they actually officially join you then, I guess. That makes sense. Ooh. Any fun names? Aaron Venn. Attila Horvath Gaudi. Man loves a cathedral. I hate Everton and didn't like the thumbnail. Okay, I'm curious as to what you didn't like about the thumbnail. But also hating Everton. Also, a completely valid reason not to watch something. Just, you know, that is not a representative of the general market, obviously. People don't, you know. Not the same old teams. I guess, but, like, you can't really do both. You can't be obscure and also attract a bigger audience. Those two things don't work. Because of the obscurity, it then can't, you know? Oh, dear. Essentially go down. True, yeah. Target Sangman team, also very important. That's a thought, yeah. Like, people that are not liking Everton probably would have wanted them to get relegated. And if things carry on the way they did in episode 1, then well, they may well get their wish.
You know if there's a train coming?
Daddy Smith, thank you for the follow.
Yes, very soon. They are building it now.
Oh, no, wait, you're not going. What am I doing? That's not happening. We will do a bit of that. Oh, that's an interesting system. Oh, I thought that said Shaman. Perfect. Rather than same league. Yeah, I agree with you there. I suppose it's easier for teams in certain leagues because they, you know, have more rivals, I suppose. So everyone wants their rival to get relegated until they no longer have derby matches, you know? It's fun for a bit kind of thing, isn't it? I suppose it would be, wouldn't it? Yeah. Hey, Ollie. Eastermas. Close enough. This should be a straightforward victory. I'm still a bit annoyed that we went out of the cup in the way that we did, honestly. That irked me. We were doing quite well with the rotated side, and then Ferencváros woke up and remembered that they were actually quite good. It couldn't win, told to be more obscure. Yeah, no, to be fair, I don't really care about stuff like that. Usually when people complain about stuff like that, they don't really understand the sort of business side of things, you know? Yeah. But that's why I just feel like maybe that's not the type of content for me. It's hard to say. I do enjoy it, though. Oh, or maybe the rebound? That's good header. Good header. I've got plenty of other ideas, but it's a lot more of a sort of a roller coaster when you're doing that type of content as well, because you're not like everybody who put out with, like, say with Nomads was like, I'm expecting X, Y, and Z from this, and you kind of get this sort of pattern, but it does leave you with no room to blow up, but it also leaves you with no like bottom floor as well, so you're kind of like okay with that. But with the newer stuff, it's like, oh, it's a roller coaster. On Twitter, oh, they already do. Anytime I've put something on there, they haven't stolen it, to be fair. That's that guy on Instagram that steals people's content. I've been retweeted by Out of Context before, but they've never actually like stolen my content or anything like that. There's an
Here's
Instagram
a
account that
fun
steals
fact.
people's content.
Voltaire
Swexy, thank you for the follow.
is 2 blocks from here.
Ooh, new skin update. Lovely stuff. Yeah, YouTube Shorts is changing soon, so that might be something I'll actually look into a bit more after that, but they're changing the way that the monetization and the stuff works with YouTube Shorts after Christmas, so that'll be a fascinating Ooh. But what I would say, Hadrian, I think people get confused because those are two different disparate groups of people, and you cannot please both of them, so you kind of have to pick one. But generally speaking, people just don't have a lot of time to invest in watching 120-part series nowadays. It's understandable. Yeah, we did go out. We lost 6-0. No, you got to go get the skin and update it yourself. Just delete the original one and then just replace it with the newer version. The reason I do it like that is just because it doesn't mess up. I found that when I try to rename it, it would get confused and then you have to reset settings and stuff. News of my Gideon. Nothing yet, no. I'm hoping I might have to push that a little bit further. Baron Vouch winning again. With this new stuff, it's I never know exactly how a video is going to do. I was expecting the coefficient one to be okay, and then it was yeah, it did fine. But then randomly, YouTube just went, no, algorithm, let's plug this, give this video 30,000 views. It was just mad, and I'm glad, obviously. But oh dear. Good. That's just, I love conceding goals like that. We lose the ball in the random position, just as Ferencváros take the lead, by the way, as well. Then, what even was that defending? Everything about that was a catastrophe. Well, that's what I mean. Maybe I'll just have to become the chaos. That's my new plan. We've only had one shot on target today. I think that's been our biggest downfall. How do you mean, Garden Piece? It's just because I'm new to that sort of stuff. I don't want to pretend everything's great, because it's not. You know, you gotta, if you don't, I'd much rather under promise and over deliver, or pretend something, I think something's not that great, and then, be surprised when it is, Oh god, this game. Double fidgets there for Enrique Pereira. No, the random things, you want to know random things to cause chaos, right? This is one of the strangest things ever. I'll show you this, because I think I still actually have the graph available, right? Let's see. Right. This is mad. I've never seen anything like this. I only saw this because I happened to be looking at the graph when it happened. So, are we at half time? Right, we are. What you're looking at, oh fuck. This right here is a 48-hour view graph for a video. So basically, each of these bars is an hour, and it shows you how many views you get in said hour, right? Generally speaking, each day obviously goes up and down in sort of a curve, because as people go to bed, people wake up. Generally speaking, the audience is more EU based or whatever, right? So, weird thing. This here was the evening, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and bear in mind there was no football match on. This was Friday night. Its views went to a quarter, just out of nowhere, completely at random. And it was really interesting, because notice how it pops back up again here. Really fascinating. I've never seen a video do that before. It was really, really weird how it was bombing along, and then just went, it was like the tap had been cut off. It's really fascinating to watch the algorithm do shit like that. Story Petra and Cali. It adds an element to it, but it's an element that evidently people weren't interested in the grand scheme of things, and that unfortunately is what makes it not viable, if you like. Try the save idea. The Wheel of Misfortune. Well, actually, that was an idea I was actually going to do something similar to that, where basically we had a literal wheel like that, where chat could put stuff on the wheel, and we'd have to have the editor on, obviously, to do it. Certain things, they could put stuff on the wheel, and I'd have to do certain things based on rolling the wheel after each game or something. So it could be things like injure your best player or stuff like that. It's super weird, yeah. Really interesting. Bear in mind, this isn't Red Zone. That's the video in question there is the coefficient one. Really interesting. So that's how I know it's not just like a random burnout from it being just slowly getting less views, because everyone go to the Chippy. Get it on their phone, damn it. So that's a random day 3 weeks after the video is uploaded. So it's not like a I swapped it out for. It's certainly interesting. Stuff like that. Because it's kind of coming back again now. It's just really interesting. Because to give you an idea, my scouting video from the summer still does mad views. Incredibly. Considering how out of date it is. Well, not even out of date, but how old in the grand scheme of things it actually is. Let's put Novak in again, I think. A bit of Krollis, maybe. Got to do what works, yeah. But also, I want to be able to find things that work, but also find things that I enjoy that work as well. Because like, I don't want to make videos I don't enjoy just because they might do slightly better. That's not fun anyway. It's because I'm a bit like that, Garden Peas. Like, if I get too many things that go wrong for me in a row, I tend to sort of catastrophize. Pog's very good at pulling me out of that. And, like, when you get 3 or 4 in a row, you start to worry, oh, God, am I actually that good? Maybe I just got lucky. Right, this is what it is. I feel like if there's any other creators in chat, they'll completely understand this. When something goes well and the video does really well, you think it's luck and the algorithm. When something does poorly, it's your fault. Do you know what I mean? So you don't feel responsible for your own success, only your own failures. And it's a real nasty mental game to play with yourself. It's basically imposter syndrome, yes. Correlate to the VOD upload. Oh, it doesn't. Bear in mind, that drop-off wasn't for the overall channel. That was just a single video I was showing you. The drop-off is much less noticeable across the entire channel's one. Just on that one particular video, because I happened to be noticing it at the time. I wouldn't have caught that if I wasn't just checking a statistic on something at that exact moment and went, oh, hello, what the hell's happened there? Yeah, it's basically, it's imposter syndrome, yeah. Many people have the opposite. Failures are all someone else's fault. Yeah, so I'm the opposite. I attribute most of the things I do well, or like when a video does well, I attribute that to like luck and the algorithm doing me a favor, and I attribute anything that goes wrong to, well, you fucked it up there, brother. And truth be told, it's probably a little of column A and a little of column B in both camps. But yeah, Ruskin as well with the gifted sub to Garden Peace. Thank you so much, man. It's so kind of you. How are you? Turn out we're fucking amazing. Play a game with. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You win and feel nothing, you lose and your day is ruined. Fair one, Jinx, yeah. We did actually win, which is nice. Have you ever considered, occasionally, every now and then, I'll get a brief moment of like, usually when you're at the very top. So like, when the skin video blew up, I went, oh, did all right there, didn't I? And like, I was getting like a load of subs and like, bear in mind, I sit here having say this when I've literally had the best sub growth month on YouTube since I started the platform. And here I am going, you know, it's very difficult to deal with. Self-doubt is obviously, but at the same time, I would never ever want to be the opposite of that either, where I don't question anything and just assume I'm the best, because that's fucking horrible. What an attitude that would be. And I know that, I imagine some creators at the top probably do get an attitude like that, right? You have to sort of tell yourself that you're like, hard work and effort does not equal output every single time. It's... I was okay, stream. I mean, that's just... I'd rather have that as a brand, because then it's like, when something goes well, people are like, oh, wow. And when something goes wrong, they're like, well, we expected that from you. Ah, dear. But you've got to try and remember when things go well as well. It did actually happen on the 9th, yes. Hence why you might notice that Pup now has a gifted sub from me. Oh, God, mental. But, yeah, it's one of those things. I'll get the second video out tomorrow. You know, I'm not expecting anything from it, obviously, but it's there now. Coefficient. The problem is, Danny, I just don't know if there's enough that I could say on it that would make a video that people would actually find that interesting, because it's such a niche thing. Not that I'm above making niche videos, as you know. Fan service, I suppose so. Speaking of fan service, I still miss Mr. Swizzles. I'm gonna have to go buy a light after this, mate. Mental. What's you bang for? That would be so weird. It's gonna have a different title, so you never know. No, but the thing is, that's why I'd be happy to do more of them in the future as well, even if they don't perform that well, just because I know that people do like them, and I'm actually fine with doing that. I just wouldn't put them ahead of things that, like, I felt were going to do really well. Like, I still feel like Premier League Years has the potential to be massive, because it has the... If I do it right, it has the potential to get media coverage of be like, this guy recreated Premier League Years in Football Manager. Potentially. That's what I'm hoping. That's going to be something to work on in the new year. Potentially. There's some red circles. You need red circles. You do need red circles. Changes. Oh, good lord. Things you'll have to see. List of changes about the new skin. I'm excited to get that in for next stream, which will be, of course, on Tuesday. And hopefully I'll have a light or some kind of better lighting setup by then. I actually don't know, you know, because even if I find a light, it might take a little while to come here. So we may well find ourselves doing terrible terrible lighting quality. This is also going to prevent me from recording a video until I get a proper light, because I can't record on this. That'll look like shit. Right then. Who do we rate? I might rate Viz. Weird one, actually, right? Vizza is responsible for the most viewed clip I've ever had on the channel because of a random streamer showdown moment. Oh, Week Before Christmas. Yeah, that's what I mean. But it's not a lot I can do about that, you know? It's one of those things. I'll have a look and see if there might be a fuse issue with it, but I think I kind of just need to get a better light anyway. It's served its purpose. I've had it for like 4 years. You know, nothing wrong with that. So we're going to raid over to Vizza. So yeah, I don't think I've ever raided Viz before. Obviously, great dude. Of course, he's doing a Burnley save, obviously. And he's a Burnley fan. Lives in Poland, though, which is kind of sick. Disaster management tutorial for streamers. That is some real meta shit, but I'm totally here for it. So yeah, thank you so much for joining me today, friends. It's been chaos, as per. I will join you on Tuesday, obviously Red Zone tomorrow, and I will see you guys very, very soon. Hold your gun. Better lighting Bara. Bye-bye.